Morning.
Good morning, sir.
We have Mr. Neil here. Yes.
Good morning, sir. So I just donned my jacket. Apologies.
It's absolutely fine. No problem. Okay. Yeah. Good morning, all. It's 9:30 a.m. and I shall resume this inquiry into the appeal made by FT Atwood and Partners under Section 78 of the Town and Country Planning Act against the decision of Medway Council to refuse planning permission for an outline application with all matters reserved except access for the erection of up to 800 dwellings with a primary school supporting retail space of up to 150 square metres and a community or nursery facility, and with an associated road link between North Dane Way and Pear Tree Lane and other road infrastructure, open space and landscaping at Landgate, East Hill, Chatham, Kent. Now, this is the second day of the inquiry. First, just some brief reminders. The event is being live streamed on the intranet. Core documents relating to the appeal can be viewed on the council's website. Mobile phones need to be turned off, please, or to silent. And apart from the advocates or when witnesses or any third parties are speaking, participants should keep microphones and cameras off. Please do use the hands up function if you need to attract my attention at any time. I will aim to break for lunch around 1 p.m. Finish it at all, if at all possible, by no later than 5 p.m. and with suitable breaks mid-morning and afternoon. I am, however, happy to be guided by the advocates in terms of breaks. On the first day and after my opening, I heard from third-party speakers and then from Mr. Etchells, who is the council's landscape witness. In a moment, I will hear from Mr. Allen, who is the appellant's landscape witness, and this will take the form of evidence in chief, cross-examination and then re-examination. Now, before this takes place, I just wanted to check, are there any new third-party speakers in attendance today that wanted to speak today? I'll take the silence as no. Okay, and are there any procedural or housekeeping matters that anybody wants to raise with me before we commence with Mr. Brown and his witness? No? Okay, thank you. In which case, Mr. Brown, if you want to call your first witness for me, that would be very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So as you know, my first witness is Mr. Allen. You have got from him a proof of evidence, volume of appendices and a summary. Mr. Allen is obviously sorting himself out at the moment.
I just want to make sure I've got everything to hand. There are so many documents.
As always. Right. Mr. Allen, if I can begin by introducing you to the inquiry, and I'll take the details from the first section of your main proof. You're David Allen. You're a chartered landscape architect. You are been a full member of the Landscape Institute since 1983, chartered member since 1997, correct?
Correct.
You are a former managing director of Allen Pike Associates, which, as the name suggests, is a consultancy that you founded or jointly founded in 1995. You've since become a consultant to the practice on planning appeals. You tell us you've got over 35 years experience in the landscape profession. You set out the range of projects on which you've been involved in that time. And within that 35 years, you say 25 years experience presenting evidence both for and against proposals at public inquiries. And again, you set out a range there. That's all correct, is it?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. And in terms of this particular application, you've been involved, you tell us, since the practice was first commissioned in June 2017. You've detailed understanding of the site and its setting, which you've visited on numerous occasions. You were involved in the landscape and visual assessment work prior to the application being determined, and you've since been asked to present evidence at the appeal, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Allen, in terms of your evidence, what I would like to do with the inspector's leave is to approach it on a sort of topic base. We've got your summary. We can, if we need to, we can sort of tap into parts of it along as we go. But I'd like to weave in responses to some of the things that Mr. Etchells has said in his evidence and orally yesterday. So it might be easier to do some of that by way of a question and answer session. So I wanted to start with landscape character, which in your summary starts at S7. You talk there about the landscape designation, which we're all familiar with. It's not an AONB, it's not an SLA, it is an alley. But in broader terms, stepping aside away from the designation, can I just ask you to summarize for the inspector your position on the existing character? You know, what do you regard as the key features of it? How does it relate to the surrounding area? And perhaps from there you could go on and highlight some of the key views or the most important points from which the inspector needs to view the site, please.
There's a lot in that question, but what I think I will start with is character. I think what we have is an attractive, though undistinguished piece of agricultural land that stretches in a narrow band along the side of North Dane Way to the east of the main urban area of Chatham, which is a suburb known as Prince's Park. It lies within an area that is designated as an ALLI, an area of landscape importance. But I think, as identified in the Medway Landscape Character Assessment, this area is a transitional zone between containing urban and rural influences. In terms of it views, the site itself is somewhat unusual, or I should say not typical of many sites, is in that it is a ridgetop location. And for many of these views of the site, they're only obtained from ground that it is on a equal or higher level, which means much of the development and surrounding landscape is at a lower level, and actual views into the site aren't really obtainable because of intervening vegetation or the actual topographical features. The actual landform itself prevents a lot of views into the site. The site itself also is set within an extensive ridgeland woodland area. So for many views, particularly from the higher ground where you see the site, these views are panoramic. You see parts of the urban area, you see the site, you see the country park, and you see a broad expanse of woodland to the south. As I say, from closer viewpoints, the site is more hidden, and that's the main difference between this site and its and the topography and most sites, is that you would normally expect the greatest impact of development on adjacent properties or the adjacent landscape, and this, because of the topography, pushes that visual envelope and the zone of visual influence away to much higher ground. And we've already identified areas in the country park, and particularly Kingsway on the Darlin Banks Scarp Bridge crest, as particularly notable viewpoints in terms of the potential impact of this development. So in terms of separation, I've said that to the east is Prince's Park, and to the west is Prince's Park, but to the east Hempstead, which again is on the top of a ridge, but one isn't particularly aware of that because of the vegetation in which Hempstead is actually set. So there are very few views of the actual urban edge. So there is a green edge, and between those two areas is the alley, which contains this narrow finger of the site, and then the country park, and then the Capstone Valley, which each are set within different subdivisions of the this designation, and those subdivisions have been provided in the Medway Landscape Character Assessment.
Okay, now if I could just pick up on a couple of things that emerged from that, Mr. Allen. First of all, you began with the comment that the site, I think the way you put it was attractive but undistinguished. The inspector will see when he goes there. I mean, it's large, it's in agricultural use. I don't know whether hedgerows have been removed over the past, but there's certainly quite a large area of what's now a single agricultural field in the mail. But you can just help the inspector with what there is, and whether that's, in your view, unusual or rare or inherently interesting or uninteresting. What do you say about the current use when you're on the site itself?
Well, the site itself is on two sides of Sharsted Road. The northern part of that is slightly more exposed in that the ridge starts to rise above the surrounding urban areas. But the field is, I would say, undistinguished. Yes, it's attractive in that it is a piece of agricultural land that in summer generally contains crops of different sorts, and in winter is a bare field. But taken in isolation, I don't think there's anything particularly rare about that type of field or its appearance. Similarly, as we move southwards across Sharwood Road, we come to the second part of the field, which again is on the ridge, and it rises very slightly, but it is a flat ridge, and that takes the development area towards the southern boundary. Beyond that boundary, I do agree with the Medway LCA that the nature of the agricultural land changes, where the enclosed part of the Sharwood Farm character area is of a different character completely. But I think it's clear when you're on site that the ridge top is all one entity and should be treated as such.
Okay, thank you. And you talked about the character assessment that regarding the part of the site as a transitional zone because of the urban influences. And we saw yesterday that certainly as far as LCA 25 is concerned, it classifies that area as moderate sensitivity. We heard yesterday from Mr. Etchells, he thinks it's got a high to very high sensitivity, and in explaining why he disagreed with the character assessment, he put forward two arguments. One of them was, he said, well, he was assessing sensitivity to the particular development, and whereas the character assessment was a more general assessment of sensitivity. And secondly, he pointed to the fact that the character assessment was carried out in 2011, and since then there's been growth of trees both along North Dane Way and around the household waste recycling centre. Can I just ask for your views on either or both of those two things? I mean, do you agree? Well, you've indicated what your position is on sensitivity. You've aligned yourself with the character assessment. What do you say in response to Mr. Etchell's arguments that it should be classified as high to very high sensitivity, and his reasons for why the the character assessment might have changed?
Well, I suppose that if I deal first of all with the high sensitivity, we both in our assessments, there's very broad agreement, I think, with the way we undertake our assessments, and we follow the GLVIA3 guidance. I don't think there's any real difference in when we're looking at visual receptors, the level of impact. I think we do agree in terms of character, and that in part is the way in which we slightly differ and the way we follow guidance. I think Mr. Etchell's relies much more on landscape quality in his judgment of landscape value, whereas I think we probably follow guidance more by looking also in terms of value at the actual hierarchy of designations and the elements within value that are imposed by society, i.e. Cultural values, community values, and particularly the hierarchy of landscape designations. So therefore, I think we are broadly in line with the the Medway landscape character assessment, and judge this to be a moderate sensitivity site. We both the character assessment and our own assessment actually consider the site in terms of development. For the MLCA, it has to be very much more broad brush, but the remit was to consider all the sites for development. Our assessment clearly takes due recognition of the actual form of development that occurs on this site, and has been used as part of the design development process in informing where the layout and the buildings evolve within the scheme.
And what do you say then to Mr. Etchell's argument that, for example, the growth of trees around the Waste Recycling Centre and North Dane Way have now justify higher sensitivity setting than the character assessment gave it? Do you agree or not?
Well, it was a very interesting comment from 2 points of view. I don't see how the increase in vegetation height around the waste centre actually increases the sensitivity of the site. What I think it does do is increase the screening of the waste centre. I don't think that consequently increases the sensitivity either of our site or, in fact, the adjacent countryside park. I think what it also demonstrates is that if vegetation within 10 years, as Mr. Etchell's described, can contribute so much to screening, that I think it has to be accepted that the premise that we are setting a development within a wooded green vegetative framework and grid will equally be as effective from 10 to 12 years in the future.
Good, thank you. All right, so that's landscape character. Next, can I just touch on one or two things about the NPPF guidance, and particular paragraph 174, the need to protect valued landscapes in a manner that's commensurate with their status. Now, we know that the site is designated as an alley, area of local landscape importance, and we've seen from your proof, on that basis, you accept that it should be treated as a valued landscape. Is that correct?
I do. I set that out in 2.59 and various other points in my proof after that.
Okay, but again, one of the points you make in your proof, yes, it is valued, but it's not an AONB, it's not an SLA. Can you help us then with the protection that you think is commensurate with the alley designation? Where would you pitch that?
Well, beyond 2.58, I then go on to subsequent paragraphs, 510 and 511, where I explained in dealing with BNE 34, I explain the hierarchy and that the ALLI comes in the lower tier of that range of designations, which, as explained in the MPPF, ranges from the national and international levels and goes down to this local level.
Okay, thank you. Now, just on the alley, yesterday, I think you were listening, I was asking Mr. Etchells, if you were to designate an alley today, you'd need an evidence base for it. And what, if anything, do we know about the evidence base which underlay BNE 34?
Well, I think, again, Mr. Etchells accepted and is in his proof, and I certainly agree with the fact that when back in 2003, when the local plan, the current adopted local plan was adopted and included this policy BNE 34, the basis on which the areas, the extent of those areas and the actual boundaries were devised isn't explained at all. Presumably somebody did some research into it, but that isn't available. And what the MPPF does now, puts particular emphasis on, is an evidence base.
Thank you. And yesterday, again, we looked at with Mr. Etchells, the 2007 saving direction. One of the reasons why BNE 34 was saved was to give the council the opportunity to justify retaining alleys in the plan in the future. Mr. Etchells wasn't aware of any work that the council had done to justify retention of BNE 34. Are you aware of anything either?
No, I'm in a similar position. I think the Medway Landscape Character Assessment of 2011 is the only document. Part of that document in the introduction says that the character assessment will be updated on a 5-year basis, but as we said in the LVIA, that hasn't occurred, and it was, I believe, going to be updated as evidence base for the emerging local plan, but as yet that hasn't been published. Any update, I mean. Okay.
So if we move then from that to BNE 34, which we can turn up if we need to, it might be useful actually to have BNE 34 out. I don't mind where you find it. It's document 10.2 if you need to find it in the core documents, but you may have it it's quoted in a number of places.
No, I haven't. I can get it up on screen, but I don't have. Because I'm working from home, I don't have the ability to have every core document available to me.
No, if you're like me, you're working from a mix of electronic documents, some paper things, and with only 1 or 2 screens, it's impossible to have everything available. BNE 34.
Yes, I have it.
Okay. Now we can see there the 2 limbs. Development will only be permitted if it doesn't materially harm the landscape, character and function, or the economic and social benefits are so important. Now, I mean, just as you read that, is it, if we compare it with BNE 33, which is the special landscape area policy and is very clear in requiring the conservation and enhancement of the natural beauty of the landscape. I mean, do you see that same requirement in BNE 34?
No, I don't. There are the two strands. The first being a more landscape related, is that there is not a material harm to the landscape character or function of the area. And I think it's important that it says the area, not just the site. And that has been the consideration that we have put into our design development, both on site and its appearance and assimilation into the landscape. On the second aspect, I think the economic and social benefits are part of that planning balance, which is probably best addressed by Mr. Hume when he gives his planning evidence. But certainly in terms of this site, the social benefits include many open space and recreational functions that don't exist on the site at present. The only function is as route corridors for two footpaths. Any future development will create a properly planned footpath network and allow much more access and connectivity both between and across the site from urban and rural areas.
Okay, thank you. That, I think, takes me quite neatly into what was going to be my next question, which was just to summarise for the inspector the way in which the landscape considerations that you've just taken us through, your understanding of the character of the area, where it sits as a valued landscape, how those things have influenced the design of the application. And in particular, if one's picking up the wording of policy BNE 34, how we've sought to minimise harm to the area's landscape character and function. And I know it'll make the question longer, but if I do it now, then I don't have to keep coming back, Mr. Allen. One of the things that Mr. Etchells said yesterday in his oral evidence, that he was commenting on the 4-storey element. And he expressed the view that he didn't understand the logic of putting the tallest buildings on the highest part of the site. So I wonder if, in explaining how landscape considerations of influence design, I wonder if you could address that issue within your answer, please.
Again, you give me a huge question that has many aspects to it, but I think in terms basically of the design, I think it's important to note that this project has been landscape led and has been designed to make a very positive contribution to the design development process. And I think that was recognised by the Southeast panel, who was sympathetic to the ridgetop location and the way we were trying to set this scheme into a green grid.
Just to help the inspector, Mr. Allen, you talk about the Southeast panel. Is this one of the design panels that we see referenced?
That's correct. That's one of the consultation bodies that was we submitted very preliminary designs to, and it consists of architects, planners, landscape architects, and members of the local authority who comment on the design. And as I say, the impression left that although guarded, given the preliminary nature of the proposals, which we presented various options in terms of layout, as I say, they were supportive of a ridgetop location, and I was left with the comments of one of the panelists, who said, as we left, listen to the landscape architect, meaning that that contribution was essential, and the assessment through the LVIA was an integral part of this design coming through to the planning application. So I think as we've moved that scheme forward, we've always considered the effects of the location and how the site is treated. Much of the work in terms of the layout was done by the architects and their urban designers, who took on board the comments we made about visibility, which I've already stated about the unusual nature of this site. But given that main views are from long distance rather than around the site boundary, and they worked in a scheme that we now see with the numbers that we're talking about. But within that development, I think it is important to note that, as you mentioned in your opening, Mr. Brown, that this site, in terms of actual built form, represents approximately 33% of the site, yet the landscape, which includes new open areas, existing woodland within the site boundary, plus new green infrastructure, accounts for 40% or 39 to 40% of the site, which on a site of this nature is very substantial. And I think if you were contrasting it with, say, development in Princes Park, the character and appearance of this development is significantly different and much more responsive to its location. So that was the first part of your question.
Yep.
And then the second part, in terms of 4 stories, to be specific. Yes, Mr. Etchells did question the height of the building, the 4-story element, and its location. But I think, as I've already explained, the ridge is substantial. It runs from the crest that drops down into Carlton Terrace and stretches right along to the southern most part of this of the overall site area. The 4-story element in that context is set within that central part and is absorbed into the built form, because what the urban designers did was tier the form of development up. So the outer parts are at the 2.5 story level and gradually rise in the middle to 3 and 4 story elements, which when you come to look at this from longer distance viewpoints, particularly lower viewpoints, you're not going to be aware of those taller elements. They will form part of a general built mass, which itself will be softened or screened by the boundary vegetation treatments, both existing and new. And I suppose in terms of appearance, if one is actually driving or walking through the site, walking along the green infrastructure route corridors, I think what 3-story development, 2 to 4 story development provides is greater variety within the built form, a much greater interest for residents or visitors to to the proposed development. And again, I would probably contrast it again with Princes Park, where development is generally 2 stories, and it gives a more anonymous feel to the site.
Okay. But in terms of the longer distance views, and in particular, you've made the point that really, unless you are at or above the height of the ridge, the views are fairly limited. If you're looking up, it's screened by vegetation. In terms of the views from, for example, Darlan Banks or across the other side, the highest side of the park, you heard what Mr. Etchell said about 4 stories. What's your view on the extent to which 4 stories will be more noticeable or less noticeable than 2 stories?
Well, there will be some difference, but from the distance that there is between Darlan Banks or the Crest and Kingsway, both the footpath and the residents that live along Kingsway, is that distance sets the development at an angle, and one will, particularly in the early years, and I think is demonstrated in the photomontages or the series of photomontages, is that rooftops particularly will be visible, and I don't think it's possible to hide all of them in the medium to medium long term. But I think the green infrastructure will start to break up that roof line. So in terms of that tiering of the built form, the separation between it of the green grid and intervening trees, I think the difference, say, between a 3 and a 4-story building will be very, very difficult to perceive from Darlan Banks. And if one considers that that trees will eventually grow, or the sort of native trees that are likely to be used in this scheme are going to be much higher in the very long term than any of these buildings. And that example can be seen when you look from Darlan Banks at the Woodland Ridge, and particularly if we're looking at the site, the height of the vegetation and woodland around the perimeter of our site.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. So from there, can you just summarise for the inspector, please, your key conclusions on the impact of the development? And I think we probably need to separate out landscape character, first of all, from key viewpoints. If you could just take us through that, please.
Well, I think very simply, in terms of the site, we accept that there will be a permanent change in the land use, moving from agricultural land to development, and there will be a change in character. That will be permanent, but what we have attempted to do is create an alternative landscape that will be in itself extremely attractive and be capable, through the various layout and mitigation measures, to be able to be absorbed into that surrounding setting. From that perspective, I would say that in terms of character, therefore, and its effect on adjacent character areas, the effects will be very, very limited. And within the development, there will be created a rich and attractive new living environment. And then if we come to the viewpoints, I think they are they can be divided into 4. There are the adjacent lower areas, predominantly urban to the west and rural to the east, which views are generally limited or screened. Therefore, the long-term impacts are likely to be neutral or minor at worst. So that is the immediate area. From very long distance views, which this site can be seen from a very large, or has a very large zone of visual influence, but from those larger views, longer views across Chatham and the far extent of Darlham Banks, those views, I think, in the long term, again, will be neutral. The key ones are the ones we've already highlighted in terms of elevation and proximity, and those being the Kingsway Darlham Banks Ridge, where we're higher and looking down onto the site, and from the southern part of the country park, where there are open views into the southern part of the site. Now, I think I fully accept and agree with, and I think there's agreement with Mr. Etchells that until the landscape mitigation and this green framework really becomes becomes established, there will be substantial adverse impacts, but these will moderate in time. And I would suggest, differently to Mr. Etchells, that those, although substantial changes and changes in effect, will actually be beneficial. And it's often difficult to explain how that works, but if you're standing on Darlham Banks and you look across to Hempstead or to Lordswood, which are very large settlement areas, they're barely perceptible because they are hidden within a woodland setting. And you can see from the montages that the setting that we're trying to give to the appeal site, it would blend in with that woodland setting and in time have the same effect on how you see and perceive the built form.
Okay.
So that's now the final one. I think to identify key viewpoints are the actual footpaths that cross the site. And again, at the moment, they are important links between the country park and Princes Park urban areas, but they are literally muddy tracks that run across both the two of them run across either the northern or the southern part of the site. And they are very, very difficult to cross in winter months, and the slopes on parts of them make this very difficult for many people to actually cross. Once these are incorporated on their current alignments within the scheme proposals, they will be incorporated into green corridors that link into green spaces, that provide not only a safe and easy route where one doesn't exist at the moment, but it feeds into a much greater footpath network. So in the long term, again, I accept that the character will change. When you walk across these areas, you will be within the green corridors, aware of built form. But built form in itself isn't an unattractive feature, particularly when it's set within other green infrastructure elements that might include water bodies as part of the drainage system, will include extensive planting, and although Mr. Etchells rather derided the surfacing of these footpaths, they don't necessarily have to be all tarmac with hard edges. They can be sympathetic to a rural location using appropriate materials, gravels and other bound materials that reflect that rural or more rural character. So those are the 4 areas I'd identify.
Okay. Can I, in that, just take you back to what you were saying about the third and your view that in the end, with the planting, there could be a positive effect. And I mean, this is clearly one of the major differences between you and Mr. Etchells. And yesterday, both Mr. Neal and Mr. Etchells expressed some puzzlement at how, if you start with something that is attractive, and if you then rely on planting as mitigation for buildings, how you can end up with a positive effect at the end of all of that. I mean, the inference seemed to be that at best you might end up with neutral, but you can't improve on an already good situation.
No, well, I think the perception of mitigation is slightly wrong in that it isn't just sticking a few trees in and saying, well, that screens the view. What the landscape-led approach and our work with the urban designers has been, the mitigation is incorporated into the layout, not just planting round the boundaries or in the green grid. They complement each other. So an example being the view from the country park, from the elevated part of the country park. When you look across that across the Shorested Road, we could have filled the whole of that area with housing, but it wasn't. What goes in that area is housing is pushed to the southern extreme behind existing hedgerow and tree vegetation, and the school and other development is removed from that view. So when you look across from the country park, you look into an open parkland that has, the school is arranged so that the playing fields contribute to that openness and green infrastructure, and the photo montages demonstrate how the view across into this area will not be dissimilar to that users of the country park already experience. Mr. Etchells made out that I think made out that the country park didn't include any built form, but there are substantial storage buildings in the country park that lie between the site and many of the footpaths. The country park contains a dry ski slope, a very major feature. It contains other elements. It contains play facilities. So I don't think that for instance, activity on the appeal side will be interrupt activity or be a negative element on the actual country park itself. But coming back to how that layout has been achieved is that we've taken account, for instance, of the view from the country park and tried to mitigate it to the extent that in the future, that view will be very positive. There is a change, which is why it's difficult to understand, I think, with our assessment. At the moment, it's a field. Development will cause a substantial change. In the long term, the replacement of a field surrounded by vegetation, that replacement itself is substantial, but the aim of that substantial change is to be beneficial, not remain adverse. That's the point of our design and the landscape input. Similarly, when we look from Kingsway, the layout, as I've explained in terms of built form, is tiered and alters across the site. And the landscape treatment and the use of slopes and boundary buffers from Kingsway helps to assimilate that development or the built form into the ridgetop location. That change is substantial from an open field. When we get to year 15 and the scheme looks as the design intent is that you're looking at a wooded ridge, that change from the current baseline position is still substantial. It doesn't suddenly become neutral. It makes a different contribution to the view and the landscape setting, which we argue is beneficial, not adverse, which is the council's stance.
Okay, thank you. And maybe what we should do now, Mr. Allen, is just relate that to a couple of the particular views that Mr. Etchells made reference to yesterday. He took us to views 15 and 18, where I think some of his photographs are slightly more focused than your photo montages. Can you just help the inspector with your thoughts on those views and any response to his evidence, please?
I think the views that we both selected and have been discussing, the one from Kingsway and the one from the southern part of the country park, are the key views. There are other ones, obviously, with a site of this nature. We established with the local authority 27 representative viewpoints to give a range of both distance and elevation and the types of impact or effect that would be created. The photo montages were produced not as part of the ES, but as an informative to the subsequent discussions that our client and the planners had with the local authority. Mr. Hume is more familiar with those discussions than I, and he asked us to produce these montages, which we did in accordance with Landscape Institute guidance. Mr. Etchells made the point that we had not done it correctly, that we should have been using tripods and having verified views. He didn't say verified views, but the implication was that he said, for instance, that you couldn't see windows and doors and elements like that on the building. Well, you have to remember that this is an outline application, that windows and doors and street scenes aren't established, and any rendering of photo montages cannot and doesn't need to include those elements. What is important, that it gives an idea of the the extent and massing of development, which these montages do, and are in compliance with the Institute guidance, which gives a progressive range of a 4-tier range of types of montage and wireframe or photographs that you produced. We took this to a level that we thought was appropriate for those discussions. If we'd been discussing a full application, then it might have been appropriate, because the information to render would have been there. But I think particularly for View VR15 and View from Kingsway and VR8 from the Country Park, this gives a good idea of how that progression from existing to proposed is likely to appear.
Okay, thank you. So then that's your summary of your position in relation to character and views. The inspector's heard Mr. Etchells. There's obviously a significant difference between the two of you. The inspector's got to draw some conclusions on that. Some of those will be drawn from what he sees on site. But just in terms of the differences between your assessment and Mr. Etchells, and maybe some of the reasons why there's such a huge gap between you, can you outline what you believe to be the main reasons for the difference between your conclusions and Mr. Etchells, and if there's anything that you can say to the inspector as to why you think Mr. Etchells is wrong, whether it's to do with his methodology or just his overall conclusions, just to help the inspector with how he makes the decision which of the two of you's got it right.
I've already touched on this. I think one landscape architect is very reluctant to criticise another, particularly in terms of GLVIA 3, which gives each practitioner scope to adopt their own methodology in accordance with a particular development. We do, however, disagree on, I think, two key elements. One is the way we've judged the change in the effects on landscape character, and the other is the long-term visual effects. We've just discussed visual effects, and I think, although we both agree the visual effects are substantial, our difference is, and this is a matter of opinion, and it's something clearly the inspector is going to be looking at when he goes out on site, is whether those visual effects from areas like Kingsway and the Country Park in the long term will be beneficial, albeit the change is substantial. But I've already touched on it, but I would like to come back to landscape character, because this relates again back to harm and whether that is temporary or material. I believe our methodology follows the GLVIA guidance completely, in that it separates for landscape character. The guidance sets out that you establish two elements. One is in achieving susceptibility to change. You look at the baseline elements, that is character, quality, condition. And it's that, the influence of development on those factors and the change from the existing, that establishes your perception of susceptibility. That it goes to one side of establishing sensitivity. The other side is value. And as set out in GLVIA 3 from section 5.919 onwards, is that you then have to take value into consideration, and that is based on rankings that are imposed by society, i.e. Landscape designations, community aspects, whether the site has been designated, for instance, as a local green space or as a village green, or it might be cultural or archaeological significance. That are those. So you get the natural and the society-based elements that then come together to give you a sensitivity. Now, I think our methodology, as we explain it, we do give in the value a rank. The Landscape Institute, the GLVIA 3 says the starting point is landscape designations in that judgment of value, and our assessment follows that. Now, if you look at Mr. Etchells, he approaches that in a slightly different way. So, for instance, where I said perception of character, quality, and condition go into the first part of the baseline, Mr. Etchells uses quality both in its own right, but he then brings that in as part of his judgment on landscape value, of which landscape value, if you look at the criteria, are also based on quality. So I would suggest that there's a double accounting there, which is taken forward into sensitivity and gives those high values that Mr. Etchells was challenged on yesterday. And I could probably give you an example of if we were to look at Mr. Etchells' is evidence, where there is an example of this. I think it's if we look at Mr. Etchells' evidence of section 355, where he's looking at the character of the site and its setting, he brings the two together rather than assessing the site on itself. And then he refers to box 5.1 in the landscape guidelines, GLVIA 3. Now, I accept that where you have an undesignated landscape, the Institute guidance says, look at box. If it's not a designated landscape, i.e., an ALIA or a SLA or an AOMB in that tier, you come down and then you do use box 5.1, which includes a range of both those socially described values, but does include things like quality, because that becomes the starting point. But in 3.55, Mr. Etchells uses that box, which itself is for a non-designated landscape, but then he goes on to say he brings in the landscape designation because he says in his view that adds additional value. And I would say the two things are mutually exclusive. You shouldn't be giving weight to an assessment of a character area because of its designation, if you're using box 5.1, which is solely designed to deal with non-designated landscape areas. So if you're going to bring the two together, you are again double counting. That is one example. But from that sense, that high sensitivity, Mr. Etchells then takes that forward with magnitude of change to give very high sensitive significance values.
And if we just relate that back, you referred to the part of Glivia 3 that talks about taking designations as the starting point for the assessment of value.
Yes.
And I mean, we know where this site sits in the sort of hierarchy of designations. It's common ground. It's at the lower end, still a valued landscape, but at the lower end. I mean, if you're supposed to start from the sort of review of the designations, what's your view about a conclusion that a landscape at the lower end of the range occupies a sensitivity of high to very high? How does that stack up in your mind?
Well, it doesn't in my mind, and it didn't in terms of the Medway landscape character assessment, where we both came to the very similar conclusions, well, identical conclusions in terms of sensitivity, not just for the East Hill site, but also for the adjacent character areas, which we used as part of our assessment of the landscape character of the site and its setting. And we specifically use those character areas so that they could be judged against the Medway landscape character area. I can't see from Mr. Etchells' evidence how you can judge any of those against the evidence that is provided in that character assessment by the local authority.
Okay, well, I think, Mr. Allen, that enables me to go to try and wrap all this up. Perhaps if you've got your summary proof.
Yes.
Within your summary is a summary, but you've got some conclusions, if you like, a summary of the summary. They start at S19. I might just ask you to read from S19 through to S23, if you would, please.
The site is capable of accommodating development of the type and scale proposed without significant long-term harm to the designated alley landscape, local setting or visual amenity of properties or those with views towards the East Hill Ridge. The proposals will create a wide range of amenity, recreation and nature conservation opportunities for both new residents and the wider community that previously did not exist on East Hill. The early establishment, maintenance and long-term protection of the green infrastructure and landscape treatments within the appeal site will be vested in a management company whose specific responsibility will be to safeguard the design objectives and appearance of the development. If a positive example is needed of the potential beneficial long-term effects of the proposed development at East Hill is required, then the elevated views from Kingsway in Gillingham to both the existing extensive Hempstead and Lordswood settlements demonstrates how residential development can be successfully absorbed into the surrounding wooded skyline, and the landscape treatments contribute to a dramatic landscape setting that will provide attractive year-round visual interest. And lastly, The essential essence of a landscape-led approach to development is to respect the landscape setting and provide lasting positive outcomes from new development. In my opinion, these objectives can be achieved with the appeal scheme proposals.
Mr. Allen, thank you very much indeed. So I'm pleased to note that puts me slap bang in the middle of my estimate. So thank you.
Okay. Is this a good opportunity to have a comfort break?
I think so, sir. Yes.
We move on to cross-examination. Okay, 10 minutes.
Certainly, sir.
Okay.
That would suit me.
We adjourn until 10:50.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Welcome back. The inquiry is now resumed. Mr. Neil, if you could please proceed to cross-examine Mr. Allen.
Great, sir. Good morning, Mr. Allen.
Good morning, Mr. Neil.
Mr. Allen, I'd just like to ask you first of all about your involvement in this project and when you were first instructed. Now, it's right, you were instructed in June 2017. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And you set this out in your proof, and you and your firm, and I'm assuming yourself personally, you were involved in the design development of this scheme.
That's correct. We were originally appointed to look at a much larger land holding that extended from Darlham Banks down to the M2 motorway boundary with the AOMB, and subsequently took on the East Hill development as part of that original analysis. My involvement was with the client from the outset. I walked the site before being appointed with Mr. Atwood, looking at his land holding, and it is the policy of the company to have a director with major experience of this type of development running a project, which I did. Clearly, I also had other people that were working with me and alongside me, doing plans and contributing to the overall landscape input.
And you set that out at 1.33. The practice prepared preliminary landscape and visual appraisals to assist design development. Do you see that's at 1.33 of your proof? And that's what you just described to us.
Yes.
Yeah. And cutting to the point, this is your design, certainly in terms of landscape terms. This is your design that's under scrutiny for the purpose of this inquiry, isn't it?
It is. I think that the whole development is under scrutiny, of which our landscape forms a part of.
Yeah, but in terms of this being a landscape, your term, this is a landscape-led design. That landscape-led design is your design, and that's the one under scrutiny in this inquiry. But then, is anything controversial about that? I just want to.
Yes.
And in terms of your instructions, in terms of giving evidence for this inquiry, that's set out at 1.34 of your proof, isn't it? You said there the practice was reappointed to update landscape material at the start of 2021 and to prepare landscape evidence for this appeal inquiry. That's correct. Your instructions. In terms of we've heard from Mr. Etchells, and Mr. Etchells set out that he carried out an independent analysis. Now, this isn't a particular criticism of you, but I think it's a fact. The analysis you're presenting in your proof, in as much as it's your design in terms of landscape that's under scrutiny, isn't independent, is it? You're defending your own design.
I'm defending the development as a whole, of which the landscape is part of that scheme. You can't just take the landscape out and say it's separate. The whole thing is integral.
And you haven't set out your instruction. You weren't asked to give an independent assessment of the landscape and visual effects.
Well, I was appointed on the basis, or the company was appointed on the basis, that we were an independent landscape practice that was to give advice on landscape matters as the scheme developed.
Now we know what your, and just finally in terms of what your instructions are. It was to address the landscape and visual objections, wasn't it? Because we know that at 1.43 of your proof. So you say in addressing landscape and visual objections, that's what your that's the primary purpose of your proof of evidence.
Yes.
Now, in terms of that, your involvement in this, in what you described as a landscape-led design, just want to understand exactly what that means and how and what weight the inspector can attach to that label of that term that you've given it. So you referred in your examination in chief to the involvement of the Southeast Design Panel. Do you recall mentioning that?
I do.
And the Southeast Design Panel was consulted in November 2018, wasn't it?
Correct.
And this scheme, that was at the pre-application scheme stage of this project, wasn't it?
Yes.
And this scheme, the application was submitted. I don't have the precise date, but I think around about March 2019. Is that right?
Correct.
So, in terms of understanding what the Southeast Design Panel had before it, I think you said it only had a few preliminary designs. Is that right?
Yes, it was looking at the concepts that were being developed at that stage, which included some indication of layout.
And what we don't have, and what wasn't before the Southeast Design Panel, is the material that you've now presented to this inquiry to support your, in inverted commas, landscape-led approach. And I think that strategy, or the landscape strategy, is set out in your appendices, isn't it, at the back? Bear with me, your volume 2.
Yes.
So core document 11.2. And we have at the back the indicative landscape strategy concept plan. Do you have that in front of you?
I have that to hand, yes.
And this is your concept plan. We can see a bottom right-hand corner of that. Just to be clear, the date of that's 15th of November 2021.
That's correct, yes.
And so the Southeast Design Panel certainly didn't have this in front of it when commenting on your application, did it?
No, it didn't.
And it didn't even have the indicative layout, including the parameter plans that we can see in the ES. For example, and in particular, it didn't have the, I think what's been referred to as the parameter plan, which is just so the inspector has a reference, that's at CD 2.3. And that's also in the ES volume at Appendix 5. And that's the plan showing, just so we're all clear, it's the plan showing the building heights. That wasn't before the Southeast Design Panel, was it, Mr. Allen?
No, it was, as I said, it was preliminary concepts, which the panel then gave us guidance on how they thought we should proceed. Clearly, the design evolved, taking on board their comments, and resulted in the documents that you've just described.
Now, you're saying the Southeast Design Panel was, I think in your evidence in chief, and I've made a note, you're saying the Southeast Design Panel was supportive of a ridgetop location. Do you recall using those words?
Yes, I said in a guarded manner, they were generally supportive of the ridgetop location.
I just want to have a look exactly what they did say. So CD 10.4, please.
I don't have that. Wait a minute, I think I might. I don't have it immediately to hand. I have to go into core documents.
Take your time, it's an important document, so you need to have it in front of you.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Neil. I'm unable to see Mr. Allen. I don't know if you.
Yes, I can't see him either. I can hear him, but so
Yes.
Brandon, I'll let you find
Sorry.
the and then reactivate the camera.
Thank
there.
you. You're
Okay.
back on the screen.
I
Thank
should
you.
be back now. Sorry, can you just give me the reference number again, please?
CD 10.4.
I don't have it within my core documents. I'm afraid I thought I had it on my desktop, but
Do you have the link to the council's website, Mr. Allen?
no, I don't.
Just wonder if that might be the quickest way of getting you the document.
Mr. Allen, do you need a little bit of time to locate this document? I'm happy to quickly adjourn for a few minutes if that would help you.
That would certainly help me, sir.
If necessary, somebody can either email you a copy or you can be informed in terms of how to get access to the council's website where all the core documents are located, which might be helpful.
Yeah. So if we promise faithfully that the communication will be limited to that, can somebody from my team perhaps help Mr. Allen with where on the interweb he can find the document?
Okay, should we just adjourn for 5 minutes?
Thanks.
Yes.
Until
That would be helpful, sir.
7 minutes past 11. We'll come back then. Okay, thank you.
David, I've just emailed the document to you via Reese, and we'll send the link to the Medway website as well. Did you get that, David? It's Alistair here.
Yeah, hello, Alistair.
Reese has just sent you an email of the core document 10.4 and a link to get to the Medway website.
Okay.
And the core
As you said, the actual document.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, I'll just pick it up. Okay, I've got the link. And I've also right, I have it up on screen. Maybe what I should do is save it. Right, so I do have the document now.
Good, right, okay. And do you have access to the council's website more generally, or have you just got the document?
I've just got the document. The link has been sent to me. If I need to go to that link for other documents, then I can do that. I do have a good number of the core documents, but not all of them.
Okay. Mr. Neil, do you want to continue with cross-examination? Thank you.
I'm grateful. So, Mr. Allen, well, let's just go through this document and what it actually shows us. Now, you've suggested that it was supportive of a ridge-top location, and I think that was in response to a question put to you by Mr. Brown in relation to why have we got four houses, the tallest buildings on top of the ridge. Do you remember that question?
Yes, I do.
And so you're saying this document provides some support. I'm not suggesting decisive support because your proposal wasn't formulated at the time. Is that right? But you're saying there's some support from the design panel for the justification for putting four-storey buildings on the top of the ridge.
I'm not saying that at all, Mr. Neil. What I'm saying is, as is set out in this document, that from the preliminary ideas that we put forward, the response for the ridgetop development, rather than the precise form of that built form, was encouraged. The document begins in its summary by saying this is an encouraging scheme, and we commend the approach to seek early advice for the proposals. The scheme developed after that, after we gave further landscape consideration and design input from the architects into the development of that four-storey element in response to the scheme concepts.
I just wanted, not trying to catch you, I just want to understand that you're saying the response to the design panel, in very broad terms, certainly is not inconsistent with you citing the tallest parts of the buildings on top of the ridgetop. I just want to understand if you're...
Yes. Yeah. The Southeast panel didn't say do not develop on ridgetop for it's an impossible location. I mean, given that the design panel were given an idea of the sort of development proposed, then they could have said that. But as I said, they found the scheme encouraging.
Yes, let's look at what they say about ridgetop development. That's on page 4. They say the following, don't they? The principle of ridgetop development is not implausible, given the precedent set by neighbouring developments. Any prominent proposal will need to be of exceptional quality, its impact understood, and detail confirmed in design codes. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So that's actually what they said, not that they were positively supportive of a ridgetop location, your words in evidence in chief. That's not what they actually say, is it?
they don't say that in precise words. I've précised the document.
Yeah, and I'm suggesting to you that that précis is a partial précis, and it's also one that doesn't really, it's not an accurate reflection of what the Southeast Design Panel actually said in respect of the ridgetop development.
I think I haven't got my precise what I say, but I said they gave a guarded, a positive but guarded response. I would see that as being a guarded response to ridgetop development.
Well, the inspector will see what's been said. Now, in terms of landscape, you didn't refer to this, did you, at this particular paragraph? Fourth paragraph down, so just below the paragraph I've indicated.
Sorry, what page are we on?
Still on page 4. Under landscape and visual assessment, this is what the design panel actually said. Given the status of the site as a notable rural finger extending into an urban location, its sensitivity development in both character and visual terms needs significant consideration. The landscape is complex, and although there are some pockets of invisibility that hide development, there are also potentially highly visible sections of the site. An ongoing, evolving, comprehensive landscape and visual impact assessment should inform the design proposals as they emerge, used to test massing options for different scales of development, both in the valley and along the ridges, before patterns are finalised. Do you see that paragraph?
Yes.
Now, where can the inspector see in your evidence, other than your assertion that there were that this was landscape-led and design proposals worked up, where can we see testing, for example, of different massing options for different scales of development in this location? Where's that in your evidence?
Well, I don't have that specifically in my evidence. It was part of the LVIA process of looking at the site, assessing the likely impacts, and what you see is a final version in the ES Chapter 10. The various options are dealt with, as my recollection, in the design and access statement.
Let's have a look at what they say in the summary. So we're now on page 2.
Yes.
Whilst the principal development on the ridge of valley is not implausible, it's a sensitive location and proposals will need to be tested iteratively. Do you see that?
Yes.
Where do we see in your evidence, in your proof, the actual evidence of where proposals have been tested iteratively?
Well, there isn't. I do say in my evidence that it is part of an iterative process, but I don't take that any further. There is so much information that could go in, but it was part of the design process and involved a lot of collaboration with the architects and their urban designers.
Are you involved in the concurrent application for the 650 units?
The practice was I wasn't personally involved with that.
Now, in terms of certainly in terms of what the Southeast panel is talking about, in terms of going through that iterative process, it could be considered that concurrent application for 650 units, for example, might have a slightly different landscape response than this scheme, mightn't it?
Yes, it might, and particularly where the scheme changes on the boundary with Carlton Crescent, where there is greater opportunity for green infrastructure.
And but the inspector doesn't have that before him, so he's not going to be able to assess whether this is the the optimum scheme for this site in terms of a landscape-led solution. He doesn't have that information before him to make that judgment, does he? He has to just take this development as it is.
Yes.
And so far as there is the Southeast Design Panel suggests an iterative process, and that there needs to be different massings options, all of that. He's not able he's not going to be able to assess whether that has in fact been achieved here, other than your assertion of that.
No, as I said, the design and access statement provides a background to design development.
We'll come back to the design and access statement and whether that shows that sort of iterative process. Now, just keeping on the design of Southeast Panel, the Southeast Panel document, that also says under the in the second paragraph on the summary, so page 2, it says talks about opportunities for placemaking around the school, commercial space, open spaces need to be handled more assertively, explored in greater detail, and secured through codes, or possibly with a full application. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, that's an indication of the sensitivity of the site that the Southeast Panel were recognising there, weren't they? That to really understand the impacts of this site, the impacts of the developments on this site, it may be that the only way to really get to the bottom of that is via a full application where all of those details are on the table and are clear for the decision maker to make a decision. That's what the Southeast Panel is. That's a reasonable inference behind the Southeast Panel's comment there, isn't it?
The Southeast Panel make that as a suggestion, but they don't say that this scheme cannot be tackled in the way that it was presented to the local authority. No,
but that's because they didn't have the development there. But yep. But moving on, say over the page 3. Now it's a bit all over. It's not all the same place. But do you see at the top of page 3 where it talks about viability?
Yes.
And it says the following: 3 areas of the scene are suspected to be unsuitable for housing: the northern tip of the site, the northeast portion, and the southern area below White's Wood could only be developable with extensive enabling works, which are likely to be sufficiently large enough to make these plots unfeasible to develop. And this is the sentence I want to draw your attention to. In our opinion, their development risks significant damage to the defining landscape character of the site. Do you see that?
Sorry, I can't yet see the define.
Page 3.
Yes. Where in the viability? How many lines down?
4 lines down.
Yes.
In our opinion, their development risks significant damage to the defining landscape character of the site. Do you see that?
Yes.
So that's an indication there that those 3 areas are going to be are sensitive areas, and that there's risk of significant damage. Do you see that to those?
Yes.
To those areas. Now we'll come on to exactly what areas are proposed to be developed, but the southern area below White's Wood, for example, that forms part of this application site, doesn't it? And the northern tip as well.
Yes.
The northeastern portion, I'm not quite sure that might be, but that might be the Carlton Crescent area, perhaps. So that's.
I think it means the area adjacent to Pear Tree Lane is my interpretation of that.
So that's in terms of the risk of significant damage to that's something the inspector can take into account, can't he? That the development here risks significant damage, or development in this location risks significant damage to the defining landscape character of the site.
Yes,
material.
as we got to that point, but we then took the development and gave considerable consideration to what was said in this section on viability in order to achieve what we consider to be an appropriate response.
And in any event, we don't know what the South East panel thought about your final scheme, because they weren't consulted on the final application scheme, were they?
Not that I am aware of, no.
Now, moving on from the design panel, what the design panel had to say about the development on this site at that stage, just like to ask you now again about your role here, just before we move on to the substance of your evidence in terms of landscape character. Your evidence here is to present evidence on. You asked to present evidence on landscape character. At paragraphs 2.47, 215.3, 3.213 of your proof, you comment essentially, and I paraphrase this, you comment on matters that are relevant to the striking of the planning balance and how that should be struck in this case. Do you see that? So,
well, you threw various references at me. Could you give them again, please?
2.47.
Yes.
I just want to note, so it's not said that I haven't put these to you. 215.3.
Yes.
And it could be 2.53. I think it must be 2.53. And 3.213.
Yes.
Now, those comments there are to do with relate to matters concerning the planning balance and housing policy in this area. Just want to check unless I have to go into detailed questions with you on this, are those matters that are you still endorsing that evidence, or are you going to leave that to Mr. Hume to address?
Well, my evidence does say, if you take 247, if you then turn over the page, or start at 252, further down page 14 of my proof, I say I shall leave Mr. Hume to review in more detail these policies as part of his overall assessment of the planning balance. So I'm not trying to look at planning balance. I'm looking at the landscape aspects of the scheme.
Can I take you to the final sentence of 2.47 when you say the following? The planning balance should therefore recognise not just the ability of the appeal site to accommodate development, but also the potential effects of meeting housing numbers on alternative sites on agricultural land in the Medway countryside with equal or more sensitive landscape or other environmental constraints. Now, that's a comment on the planning balance, isn't it?
It is a comment, yes, but I don't form any conclusions on it, and must be seen in the context of what I say in 2.5.2, that it's left to Mr. Hume to do that.
Well, I'm suggesting to you that that's going beyond your remit as a landscape expert, and it's indicative, isn't it, of a less than independent approach, Mr. Allen, to this scheme. You haven't resisted the temptation to talk about whether or not there are other areas capable of meeting the housing numbers on alternative sites. You've extended your remit as a landscape expert, haven't you? There.
I haven't, as I say, I haven't come to any conclusion on it, but I don't think I've commented on it, but I haven't extended my remit. My remit is to deal with this site, which is what I do in detail in the rest of the proof.
So why, if your remit is to deal with this site, why are you talking about the planning balance should look at the potential effects of meeting numbers on alternative sites? Why have you looked at that?
I haven't looked at it. I've commented on it.
Okay, well, look or comment. I mean, the inspector has the point. I'm going to put to you that, and I'll put this to Mr. Hume, but I want to make sure you've had the chance to comment on it, given you put it in your proof. What you're suggesting there is that in circumstances where because of the lack of an up-to-date plan and lack of housing and land supply, it's been agreed that greenfield releases somewhere will need to be necessary to meet future housing requirements. What you're suggesting there is that in any speculative application on a non-allocated site where there is no 5-year housing land supply and no up-to-date plan, you're suggesting there that the inspector should take into account the potential effects of meeting housing numbers on alternative sites. Now, I'm putting to you that that's not the approach advocated in national policy. What national policy says is, in circumstances where you don't have an up-to-date 5-year land supply or an up-to-date plan, you apply the tilted balance and you look at whether the harms of this particular, or of the particular development in issue, demonstrably and significantly outweigh the benefits. That's what national policy tells you to do. It doesn't say in every speculative application you have to look at the potential effects of meeting housing numbers on other sites with equal or more sensitive landscape issues. And that's what national policy says, doesn't it? Or can't you comment on that because you're not? Is it unfair because you're not a planning witness?
Thank you for giving me the answer, Mr. Neil. I am not the planning witness, and in 2.47, I prefaced those comments by saying the LVIA dealt only with the landscape and visual implications of the appeal site and did not take into account any comparative exercise with other countryside locations.
And that sort of goes to my point, because nor has Mr. Etchells done that. And so it's not possible for the inspector to assess the potential effects of meeting housing numbers on other sites with equal or more sensitive landscape issues. It's just there's no evidence. Mr. Etchells hasn't presented that evidence, and nor have you. I
agree with that point, Mr. Neil.
I'm grateful. Thanks. We'll move on. Excuse me. Now, landscape character. So let's get on to sort of slightly more familiar territory with you. Now, your analysis focused on the 6 landscape character areas set out in, I think it's at paragraph 2.23 of your proof. There are 6 landscape character areas identified in the Medway landscape character area assessments. Is that right? You can see that 2.23.
Yes, there are 6 set out within the ALLI, but in my analysis, I chose 4 of those and introduced 3 urban areas.
And you heard the evidence of Mr. Etchells yesterday. He described what he has done as he's had regard to those landscape character areas, but he's, rather than just looking at those 6 or the 6 areas you've identified, he effectively looked at the area in the round, having identified effectively the zone of visual influence, and we could see that in one of his figures. Do you recall his evidence on that?
Yes, I do.
But what you've done, and I'm not suggesting methodologically that's contrary to guidance, but what you've done is more of a straight lift from the Medway landscape character areas, haven't you? You've taken those and you've looked at those characters, and then looked at those character areas, looked at those sensitivity, looked at the sensitivity of those character areas. But you've based that primarily on those areas. You haven't done the sort of exercise that Mr. Etchells has done and looked at the appeal site specifically in the area rather than defined by character areas?
Now that's well, given that, gosh, it's such a wide question that you're asking me, but landscape character areas often cover large extents of the countryside. It is interesting and unusual that the Medway landscape character area assessment within the ALIs broke them down into much smaller character areas. Now, it was not just convenient, but appropriate that I chose the character areas adjacent to the site because they were defined and clearly were the ones that were affected by that site. So, for instance, the benefit of what I did in taking the LCA for the country park rather than just its immediate, the part that was immediately approximate to the site boundary, was that I was able to comment on the impact on the country park as a whole, as a character area, and assess it. So it wouldn't come back that, well, you've looked at the northeast or the northwest corner of the country park and assess that differently to the whole area, or you've assessed the southern tip. I took it as a whole, and I think that therefore can be taken through to when I make comment on the separation between Hempstead and Princes Park, and the ability of those character areas that are outside the East Hill site to continue to form part of that separation between those two settlements.
Now, looking at if we go to your assessment of those effects on the character areas in particular, and this is at 10.3. Do you have the table in front of you?
Do you have the page, please, Mr. Neal? It would help.
Page 23 of your proof, table 10.3. So that's a summary of your
yes.
Landscape character area.
Yes, I've got it. Table 10.3, yes.
Now, just to be clear, in terms of you heard the evidence of Mr. Etchells. He's increased the sensitivity of the parts of the site covered by I think area 2, but it's landscape character area 25. He's increased that to high to very high. Where have you I'm not going to be able to, I'm not seeking to invite you to change your views, because I know that there's going to be a subjective opinion about this, but I just want to understand how you have characterized these particular areas. Now, you say at 2.32 of your proof that the site forms part of a wider and varied mix of urban and rural fringe landscapes. Do you see that?
Sorry, where are we now?
Sorry, I've jumped around. It's my fault.
Yeah. 2.32, did you say?
Yes, 2.32. You say that,
yes.
You say the appeal site forms part of a wide and varied mix of urban and rural fringe landscapes.
Yes.
Now, I just want to understand that. So, are your characterization of this site as urban and rural fringe?
Mm-hmm.
Now let's just go to you've endorsed the assessment in the Medway character assessment, haven't you? You're not seeking to query any of those, and that's reflected in your evidence.
I wouldn't say endorsed. I'd say we have, using different methodologies, because the one used for the MLCA is different to the one we use. They don't use GLVIA3. We have arrived at very similar, if not identical, sensitivity rankings.
I just want to be, but there's nowhere where you've challenged the characterization in the Medway landscape character assessment. There's nowhere where you've challenged or said that the description and the identification of character in those LCAs, in the MLCA, are incorrect. That's not part of your case, is it?
No, it isn't. We conducted an independent LVIA of this site and its setting. Once we'd done that, we were able to say that, by the way, our results are similar to those that are in the MLCA. The way we assess that is explained in the LVIA, and clearly I haven't repeated all of that in my evidence, but I've given cross references to where each of those areas have been assessed.
Yeah, I'm not going to take you to the reference, but for example, in the ES 129, you say the baseline assessment in the ES chapter agrees with the findings, landscape sensitivity and local authorities LCA studies. I just want to understand you're not taking particular issue. I'm not trying to catch you out, so you'll be able to qualify your answer. Progress. You're agreeing with the findings on landscape sensitivity in Medway's LCA study. Yes.
Yes. I would appreciate it if you would tell me when you're trying to catch me out, though, Mr. Neil.
I'm sure my client might take issue with that. But I will try and make it clear where we disagree, or at least So let's just go to the CD. We're back to the Medway Landscape Character Assessment CD 10.9, and I just want to have a look at what it tells us about East Hill, please. Page 78. I think the excerpt of that is in your volume 2.
Yes.
But I'm working off the core documents just so we have full context.
Yes, I have it in my appendices. I can go to the main document if you would like me to.
Now, that notes that describes the East Hill as such as rural fringe with urban industrial influences. Do you see that at the top left? Landscape type rural fringe with urban industrial influences. Do you see that?
Yes. And
as we go further south, I think you agree that Sharsted Farm is more sensitive, isn't it? And we've got the assessment there at LCA 27, and that describes the landscape type as chalk, scarps, and valleys. Do you see that?
Yes.
On page 21?
Yes.
And that talks about strong sense of enclosure and rural tranquility. Do you see that?
Yes.
That's a page. Talks about resisting proposals that does not fully respect or harm the rural character of the area. Now,
yes.
Side with the guidelines, that's indicating it's a rural character. And then again, midway through the page, it talks about need to retain rural character and resist urban fringe pressures and activities. Do you see that?
Yes.
We also have what you haven't mentioned in, I don't think you've mentioned in your proof, but it's included as you've included the excerpt in your volume 2, capstone, the overarching analysis of the Capstone and Horsted valleys, and that's on page 75.
Sorry, 75 of what?
Of the.
Okay, yes, it's the yes.
Of the Medway landscape character.
Yes, sorry, I've got it.
Yeah, and that says in the second column of that page 75, the area retains distinctly rural character and strong sense of overall coherence despite urban settlements on eastern and western flanks. Do you see that?
I can see that, yes.
Now, on any analysis, it's right, isn't it, that this area is not urban fringe, it's rural fringe, and this is a rural location with a rural character, isn't it?
I think you've got to go back to it. I think it's there is an urban rural fringe transition here. Whether you see it as rural urban or urban rural, I think it is a difficult one. But I think in terms of the MLCA, it is quite clear that East Hill is categorized as rural fringe T1. T meaning transitional, and it's clear that Sharsted Farm is R2, which is rural. But if we therefore come back to to East Hill and that transition, it then goes on to say subtype T1C, where there are very distinct, and they put it, urban industrial influences. And the significance of that also is that in reading about boundaries in the MLCA, that boundaries are often transitional and not fixed. And if you look at the boundary between East Hill and Sharsted, there's no logic to that boundary if you look at it on the site. It cuts across the slope and then just runs down the valley to Sharsted Wood. And I think that confusion in this transitional area was also demonstrated by Mr. Etchells yesterday when he had difficulty suggesting where the waste site should actually be in this context. And this is, as the landscape panel said, this is a complex area. What I think we have achieved is that our design response looks at the containment and the higher value, sensitivity value in the Sharsted Farm character area and tries to cap off that visual link with the site and retain that containment by, first of all, only putting development within the scheme on the high ridgeline, the remaining part of the ridgeline that extends into the southern part of the site, using existing landscape features in that area to form the basis of that edge containment. And then the bit of the site you see is that very same slope that is visible in view VR8 across the site, where we provide a parkland setting and green setting that is what you will see from the southern character area.
Mr. Allen, we've got limited time, and I'm out of courtesy, I'm allowing you to qualify your answers, of course, but if every time I ask you a question, you're going to restate your evidence in chief, we're going to be here for an awful long time. Well, so please, if you could just focus on my question. I was putting to you, and I won't repeat it, that the MLCA, at least, does not indicate that this is an urban fringe area. It indicates at best in relation to East Hill that this is rural fringe. Sharsted Farm, it's just chalk scots and valleys. It's not an urban area. It's not an urban fringe area. That's the question I was going to. That's my point.
I've answered your point in that the MLCA categorizes the East Hill site as a transitional area with, primarily because it's agricultural land, rural, but with very strong urban influences?
Well, again, where does it say, and this is where we're getting a bit partial again, aren't we, Mr. Allen? Where does it stay with very strong urban influences?
I will take out the word strong and replace it with what is said on the character assessment on page 78 with urban, industrial, rural influences.
And one of those urban influences is this the waste site, isn't it?
Yes.
And Mr. Etchells, and you may disagree with him, but it's a reasonable view, isn't it, to suggest that that urban influence has diminished since 2011, when this Medway landscape character assessment was produced, due to the growth of vegetation. It's diminished that particular influence, hasn't it?
It has in part diminished that influence, but the key influence is the adjacent Princes Park to the west and the Hale part of Luton to the north of the site that includes Carlton Crescent.
And when we talk about that, we'll come back to that particular point in terms of the linking with those developments. But I just want to understand, having discussed with you your characterisation of the site as being urban fringe, I'm going to suggest to you that what you've proposed and your assessment of effects is flawed, because it's premised on the wrong identification of the character, and one can see that at 2.76, because you say the following: as already agreed, the character of the East Hill Ridge will change permanently, but the layout and integral landscape will ensure that the proposed development will be assimilated into the wider urban area, while the orientation of the proposed scheme, etc., will minimize any effects on adjacent character areas. And then you're saying, in general terms, the proposals are judged to have a neutral effect on adjacent urban areas. So what you're saying here is that you're assimilating. This isn't going to be part of the landscape. This is being assimilated into the urban landscape. That's your analysis, isn't it? Assimilated into the wider urban area.
It is part of that analysis, yes, but equally and I'd have to search through my evidence, but I think the conclusion is that it also creates an appropriate edge to the rural setting as well, with the landscape buffer treatments proposed along the southern and eastern boundaries that run adjacent to both the Shorested Farm and Countryside Park character areas.
Now, I just want to ask you about what is I'd suggest the key difference between you and Mr. Etchells, namely, you say that we can move from a adverse effect in year one on landscape and visual terms, broadly summarising, and we move after year 15. To a beneficial effect. And you've set that out at 2.44 and 2.45 of your proof.
Yes.
Now, I just want to understand the logic of that. Now, what you're proposing, the basis of that, and I may well summarise, may be missummarising this, but effectively you're saying that the reason for that move from an adverse effect in year one to a beneficial effect in year 15 is it's essentially the landscape treatments within the site and along the edges. That's what you're saying is the factor that moves us from adverse to beneficial, isn't it?
It's a combination of both the design layout, the form of development, and those complementary landscape treatments, the idea was that development was set into a green grid. Collectively, I suggest that the impression of this development will be a positive one in the long term.
And we can see the reference to extensive landscape treatments at 2.45. You say the extensive landscape treatments are integral to the appeal site and designed to enhance the appearance of the landscape and assist integration into the local landscape. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Now, I'm suggesting you're saying assisting the integration into an urban landscape. And what I'm also suggesting to you is that if you go to, for example, that those landscape treatments can only ever be mitigation because they are designed to mitigate the introduction of essentially an urban development into a rural location. They can only ever be mitigation because they can't enhance the appearance of what is changing from a essentially rural location to an urban location.
I don't agree with anything you say there, Mr. Neal. If we go back to the quote that you gave from 2.45, I specifically say that it is the local landscape that this can be assimilated into, not just the urban landscape. So that those landscape treatments, that green framework, it assists as is required by the ALLI policy to avoid harm to the setting. Now, if you need an example of how that can be achieved, you look at the wooded scarp that is Hempstead, which also borders on to the ALLI to the east, and you look at Lordswood, which borders on to the ALLI to the southwest, and you can see from those landscape treatments the wooded ridges that there is a sympathetic, an appropriate boundary that doesn't detract from the local landscape designation. And what I'm suggesting is that on the appeal site, we are looking to achieve a similar end result.
And if we actually have a look at the reality of what these landscape treatments are, let's just look at 2.62. You're saying the fundamental landscape design response was to set the proposed development within a green framework capable of assimilating and obscuring the built form. Do you see that?
Yes.
So that's mitigation, isn't it? It's to obscure the built form.
Yes.
And again, 2.63, talk about your landscape grid. And you see under point 4, the point of the landscape grid objectives: soften or hide distant views of development, particularly from equally elevated viewpoints. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
And that's mitigation, isn't it?
It is, yes.
And you recall it was put to by Mr. Brown to Mr. Etchells that the addition of trees into this particular area, into the main body of the site, adds interest. Do you recall that question that was put to Mr. Etchells?
Not specifically, but I will accept that it was asked, yes.
Where does it say in, for example, the Sharsted Farm character area, that there's a need to insert wooded landscape treatments to add to the interest of this landscape character area. Where does that say? Where does it say that in the MLCA?
I don't specifically see it there, but if you look at the MLCA in its broader context and the introduction, and I can't remember precisely whether it is in the introduction or in the appendix, in terms of describing the assessment, but it does say woodland introduced into landscape is a beneficial factor.
Well, I'm putting it to you, it doesn't say that in relation to LCA 27. You'll no doubt be taken back to that if I've if I've missed anything. And then and it doesn't say that in relation to LCA 25, doesn't it? There's no indication of need to introduce wooded interest.
I think it does. It does hint at it in it includes the restoration of field and roadside hedgerow boundaries. Sorry, let me find it. Manage urban fringe, including control side. Resist, encourage reversion to arrow. Seek to improve.
It doesn't say.
No, it doesn't there. But given that the boundary I've already suggested is transitional, it does in East Hill hint at that type of treatment being appropriate to that boundary. So therefore, in dealing with the boundary within the development site, we are fulfilling one of the objectives of East Hill and giving a knock-on benefit in terms of creating that, reinforcing that sense of containment that is an integral part of the Shasted Farm character area.
Well, I'll let the inspector decide whether that's going to be a judgment call, whether you reinforce that whether that boundary is going to be enforced, and I won't go on about that. The inspector will be able to decide for himself whether he agrees with that, but clearly the council doesn't agree, and neither Mr. Etchells on that point. Now, looking at the visual effects, please. Now, the photo montages, you were taken to that in your evidence in chief. We can agree, can't we? And you've heard what Mr. Etchells said, no windows are represented in those photo montages.
Oh, I agree, and I explain why. It's an outlined application, and windows and street scene didn't form part of the application. Therefore, you cannot expect in a montage to include those representations. We showed a block form. It could have been that we just showed wire frame, which I think would have been very confusing. We've tried to be as honest and upfront with the built form as we possibly can from the information provided in an outline application.
And and you heard what Mr. Etchells said about the tree heights in the photo montage from, I won't save time, I won't take the photo montage from Darland Banks.
Yes.
He said the tree heights don't seem to be realistic for year 15. If you take, let's go to it so that you've got a chance to comment on it. So viewpoint, ES viewpoint 15, year 15, and that's in your volume 2.
Yes.
Halfway through. Do you see that photograph? So do you have
yes.
In front of you?
Yes.
Mr. Etchells said that it looks like the tree heights are too high, and for 15 years they seem to be almost higher than the buildings. That's a fair criticism of these photo montages, isn't it?
I don't think it is. I would say it's a valid criticism, and you have to take into account that we're unable to, no one can predict precisely how tall vegetation will grow, but I do give in my evidence some guidance where I say that when we did the photo montages, we anticipated that planting or tree planting would have achieved a height of between 10 and 12 meters, and I think that's very realistic if one considers that we could be planting, for instance, semi-mature trees in, say, along tree-lined avenues, and semi-mature trees can often go in at 6, 7, or 8 meters high. Advanced nursery stock, again, can be 4, 5, 6 meters in height, and I don't think it's unrealistic to suggest that over a 15-year period that planting cannot reach those heights as shown in the montage. And that montage does show how this site from view 15 show how that wooded ridgeline is extended over the site.
Now, you said, I just want to be absolutely clear what the purpose of these photo montages are. You said in your evidence in chief they were to demonstrate massing. I've made a note of that.
Yes.
And so they don't help with the visual effects, do they?
Well, they do, in that you can judge both where you see the site and the massing of where the buildings are located and their height relative to existing and proposed vegetation. We didn't use these in our assessment at all. We had to use professional judgment standing there, as the inspector will when we go on site. These were produced to assist council members visualize what is, as the Southeast panel say, a very complex and panoramic landscape.
And in terms of assisting this inquiry and the inspector to understand the visual effects here, if they're only here to demonstrate massing, which is what your evidence was, they're not going to assist the inspector in understanding the visual effects.
You're not responding to what I said. Massing is part of what this demonstrates. It shows where the buildings can be seen are generally located, but it also shows how the development will be integrated into the landscape. So the inspector, when he goes on site, will be able to take this montage and compare it with the scene he sees. He will see a brown field because it has been ploughed in the last couple of months, and he will be able to look across that site and imagine where, or get some idea where the buildings will be and where the new green infrastructure will be.
And when your point that, oh, this is an outline application, so they don't need to, there's no need to go to that level of detail to understand the visual effects. Well, when you're dealing with a development in a valued landscape, admittedly, we'll come back to the designations, a valued landscape, and where the inspectors identified as an issue the impact of this development on the character and appearance of the area, it's extraordinary, isn't it, to suggest, oh, that there's no need to present a photo montage that sets out realistic visual effects, because that will be dealt with in outline stage. That's no answer to it, and that doesn't assist the inspector.
It is an answer to it. Look, the Landscape Institute guidance on visualization gives a range of 4 tiers of presentation, of which it suggests, for instance, that photorealistic, verified montages are dealt with in specific situations, but it also suggests that for planning applications, be it in designated or undesignated landscaping, could just be photographs, could just be wireframe at the next level up, could be photo montages of the sort that we have produced and included just to assist the understanding of this scheme. The landscape guidance also goes on to say the type of camera and whether you need tripods. It goes into all that sort of detail. And what Mr. Etchells was suggesting is that we get fully verified views, which would include full rendering of buildings. It isn't necessary in terms of the guidance to produce the level of photo montage that we did for representations to the council.
Well, the inspector has the point, and the inspector will be able to decide for himself how much help he gets from your photo montages. But let's just have a look at. Let's just discuss the views from the Capstone Country Park. Now, you've said at 2:17:15 that the views from the part of the country park that looks onto the site, I think you've used the term sympathetic, at 2:17:15.
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes, I've got the paragraph in front of me.
And and you say it'll be attractive and provide many positive visual elements, etc., etc. Now that view, if we go to back to your appendices, we can see that view, I think, at ES viewpoint 8, can't we?
Yes.
We've got the year 1 and year 15. Now, just want to understand the rationale and the design of what you've tried to achieve here. You've acknowledged that the view out from the country park is a sensitive one. You'd agree with that it's important to.
It is in this particular location. And
for that very reason, what you've done in terms of the landscape design here is you've moved the school playing fields into the most prominent part of the view out from the country park, haven't you? And we can see that. I don't have time. We could go back to the site location plan, but perhaps we can see that on your indicative landscape strategy concept plan at the back of those volume 2, where you've placed the school there deliberately to minimise the impact on the setting of the country park, haven't you?
Yes, yes,
yeah.
Yes.
And views. Now,
yes, and you can see in the photo montage where the label says Whiteswood and North Downs Way, pointed that the playing fields are adjacent to that piece of woodland.
Now, I'm not going to repeat the criticisms of the photo montages, but doesn't this point, the very fact that you have tried to try to move the built development out of the way of that view and introduce and retain as best you can some green space in the middle, suggests in principle that the introduction of built form in this area is going to be harmful in principle, because you've had to, because that's how you've realigned the site layout to minimize that impact. That's what you've done there, haven't you?
The site layout, yes, responds to this view. Buildings have to go somewhere, and this was the most sympathetic of the layouts that we could devise, that included a substantial area of school playing fields and parklands, so that you can see when we get to year 15 how that view, I would suggest, complements the character and views out from the country park.
I suggest it goes back to the point that whatever you're achieving here, it's to try and mitigate the adverse in what must necessarily be an adverse impact to development as best you can. And the very fact that you've aligned the site in that way reflects that approach. It's not it's to mitigate the impact of the development, not to introduce a benefit.
The knock-on consequence to this view is that it produces a benefit. The change is substantial, but I think it is beneficial and appropriate to this specific location.
Well, the inspector will form his own views before and after whether he thinks that's beneficial. Just wanted to understand your thought processes in the way you've aligned the site. Now, moving on to rights of way. Now, again, you say it will be a benefit. Take, for example, footpath RC9. You say there'll be a beneficial effect in walking along a road through a green corridor, in your terms, as opposed to an open rural field.
Yes, it will be different, and I accept that the change is again substantial, but the experience is different, but I would suggest both enjoyable and a positive experience, in that you're traveling through a different landscape along the same corridor, but it is an attractive landscape. It isn't just squeezed in between close board fencing all the way along the route. It is in open, well-designed green spaces that include views of buildings, which in themselves aren't adverse to that enjoyment or perception of the space.
But you'll accept that certainly for the purposes of assessing local plan policy L10, the amenity experience of people using the footpaths is relevant to the conformity of that conformity or otherwise with that policy. It's not just about connectivity, is it?
Sorry, can you repeat the policy that you're referring to?
Policy L10. I've jumped into policy L10, but yes, if you want to take a look at that, in CD 10.2, page 233.
All right, I have the local plan up on screen, page 233. Public rights of way, yes.
And you see the policy says that development which will prejudice the amenity or result in the diversion or closure of existing public rights of way will not be permitted unless an acceptable alternative route with comparable or approved amenity can be provided. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And it's a subjective view whether there is going to be improved amenity here.
Well, it is a subjective view, but first of all, the footpaths won't be diverted or closed except on a very temporary basis during construction if needed. But it's plainly evident that the scheme will provide far more amenity value for local residents and far more usage than the existing footpaths allow. And I would suggest, therefore, it is compliant not only with this policy, but with the policy in the new policy, I think 130 or 131 in the MPPF.
Just see if we can agree on this one. Amenity doesn't just involve increased connectivity, it also includes visual amenity and the experience of those using it, the visual experience of those using footpaths. We can agree on that.
Yes, the footpaths are part of the green infrastructure. Green infrastructure is multifunctional green space that it can include formal and informal recreational activities. These public rights of way will be linked in, run through, provide access to all that green infrastructure, and will be a very positive enhancement of the existing provision.
Now, just before we go on to the alley and look at designation, I just want to finish on the question of building heights and their impact. Now, we've looked at in some detail what the Southeast Design Panel is talking about the ridgetop location, but I just want to understand there's no analysis in your proof, in your evidence, that 4-story buildings, particularly on top of ridgetop locations, are characteristic of this area. There's no assessment of that. You don't point to other instances where 4-story buildings in similar prominent location have been.
Well, the LVIA does. The LVIA or the. I'm just trying to think now. I think the drawings in the LVIA include prominent other location, tall buildings or prominent buildings, and one of them is in the Horsted Valley ridge on the ridgeline, which is a tower block. I think something like Chalkers Way. I don't have it to hand, but it is, when you look out from sight, a very prominent feature. So you need to remind me again of your question, because I'm in danger of going off at a tangent.
4-story buildings are not characteristic of this area. You pointed to that one block, but on any analysis, it can't possibly be the case that 4-story buildings on top of ridge lines in this area are characteristic of this area.
I think I'd have to say yes to that, Mr. Neal.
You'd agree with me with that?
I would, yes, I would say it isn't characteristic, but we do deal with it as I've already described.
Thank you. That's helpful. Now, moving on to in terms of just finally, before I move on to the designation, just one point in examination chief, and again, this will come down to what the inspector thinks, but you did say something which I found puzzling, that you said the developments in Lordswood, I think you used the term, were barely perceptible from views, from various viewpoints. Do you recall that?
Yes, yes. Well, I think I was quoting specifically the Kingsway view.
The Kingsway view.
Yeah.
Can I just want to understand that? And again, the inspector will be able to form his own view, but it does seem to me, I'd suggest to you that that's not a tenable view, even though it's subjective. It just simply isn't credible. If we go to photograph 2, please, photograph 1 of the photographs that Mr. Etchells took on a nice, admittedly nice, reasonably bright day. Do you have that in his appendices?
I have it. Photograph 5.
Photograph 1, please.
Photograph 2. Yes, I have it.
Photograph 1.
Sorry, photograph 1.
All right, may have muddled up. Photograph 1. Now we can see we're standing on Kingsway there, aren't we? And we can see
yes.
We can see Lordswood and it's Prince's bit of Prince's Park. They're not barely perceptible, are they? They're you can see those quite clearly.
No, you can't see Lordswood.
Well,
you can see Prince's Park, and you can see the green space on the western side of Prince's Park, but much of the development within the park is hidden around that green space. There's development to the right, and there's development to the left, which is the southern end of Prince's Park. But Lordswood is more behind the arrow A and the area just off photograph.
Well,
you can see it better in my photo montage of VR, or even if we go to Mr. Etchell's photograph 2.
Well, there we can see, I'm suggesting to you can see Lordswood from there, and the idea that it's not, and the inspector will be able to form a view.
Well, what you can see of Lordswood, Mr. Neal, with all due respect, is a wooded ridge. And I don't think you could point to me where you can actually see development. What you see is a skyline, as I am suggesting we would want to introduce on our side. And if you look to the left of that photograph, apart from the development that's at the base, that's all part of Hale and the Luton part of Chatham, I can't see Hempstead on the left-hand side of that view, because again it's hidden by green green vegetation.
Whatever we can see there in terms of getting a realistic idea of what housing development looks like after a considerable period of time, certainly you can see Prince's Park there. I don't have a note. I'm told you may have mentioned Prince's Park, but I could be wrong in your evidence in chief. But just wanted to clarify, you're not suggesting, are you, that built development that one can see in that photograph 1 is barely perceptible? It's clear, whatever, whether
I'm
you
not.
Lordswood
I'm
or
not.
Park,
Sorry.
not perceptible, is it?
Prince's Park is perceptible, but Prince's Park is not what I quote as the example of being able to integrate this development into the landscape. I quote the treatments at Hempstead and Lordswood, where there are wooded skylines that we seek to replicate in as early a period as possible. I don't ever suggest that we want to replicate what's in Prince's Park.
Well, the inspector will be able to take a view on that as to what he can perceive on Kingsway. But let's move on, if I may, to the alley, the functions of the alley. Now,
yes.
You heard the question put to Mr. Etchells that the inspector in the approach the inspector took in Gibraltar Farm was whether there would be a critical harm to the functions of the alley as a whole. Did you hear
yes,
that?
I recall that.
Yeah. Now, just to be clear, are you suggesting that's the test that's the relevant test when looking at whether the functions of the alley are going to be affected by this development for the purposes of BNE 2034?
So I don't. Are you asking that? I'm not certain what you're asking. Are you putting to me that is the appropriate test?
Yes. Are you suggesting that's the appropriate test? Just to understand your position.
My position is, I think we judge the appeal side in the context, in its own separate context, in the landscape and how the development responds to BNE 34.
So I just want to be absolutely clear. It was put by the appellant's counsel that the test in the Gibraltar Farm, the appropriate test by implication, when assessing harm to the alley, is whether there's critical harm to the functions of the alley as a whole. Just want to be clear, is that a test you endorse or don't you endorse? So
I'm happy to endorse it and apply it to the East Hill site, where I think any harm to the character of the specific site is a temporary one, and there's no long-term material harm in terms of the site. In terms of the alley itself, a substantial, in fact, the greatest proportion of the width of the alley, which includes the country park and 2 character areas that run down the Capstone Road, are preserved and thereby protect and do not harm the function or character of the remaining alley.
Let's just go to the wording of policy BNE 34, please. Page 96, CD 10.2.
Yep.
Now,
96. Yep. So I'm just scrolling up from page 200 and I'm there.
now the interpretation of policy is a matter it's a matter of law. I'm not going to put to you alternative interpretations, but what I just wanted to comment that it doesn't say in BNE 34 that the test is whether there is material harm to the function of the alley as a whole, does it? It talks about material harm to the landscape character and function of the area under limb 1.
Yes.
Yeah. And under limb 2, which is the internal balance in BNE 34, that just talks about economic social benefits outweighing, whether they're so important to outweigh the local priority to conserve the area's landscape. Do you see that?
Yes.
And so it'd be a matter for the inspectors, but looking at the wording of the policy, that doesn't, that it would be a reasonable interpretation of that policy to look at the functions of the specific area and see whether they're harmed by a development rather than looking at the alley as a whole.
It's interesting your comment, Mr. Neil, because I must admit when I looked at this and have looked at it, is that what is meant by the area? Does the area mean just the ALLI, or does it mean the area in which the landscape is set? But I think it does. It then goes on to amplify, doesn't it, at the bottom? Development within an area of local landscape should be sited, designed and landscaped to minimise harm on that. So I would suggest that we, excluding the site, which obviously is used for development, our scheme doesn't materially harm either the character of the ALLI or its function, and similarly it doesn't harm the surrounding landscape character of the area.
Well, understood, and that's your position on both these in terms of the impacts. But in terms
Yes.
of I just want to look in terms of the consequences of the interpretation that that Mr. Brown put to Mr. Etchells, and that is drawn from the Gibraltar Farm inspector's decision. A relevant consideration, isn't it, is what the other inspectors have found. So, are you familiar with the Pump Lane decision?
I have read it, but I can't go. I have read it as part of my preparation for the inquiry, but I couldn't quote you areas now. But
well, page. I mean, let's just look at this because it's an important decision. CD 1024.
Again, this is a document. Wait a minute. I don't know. I think I might have it in my own. I think I saved it.
So I'm going to, just to save time, and yep. If I've misquoted your data, I'll be taken back to re-examination. I'm just going to read out what the inspector said in terms of that decision and what BNE 34 says. Paragraph 12 to 30, BNE 34 relates to the alleys. As noted by the Orchard Kennels inspector, it's not a general restraint policy, but one that protects specific areas for their local landscape value. I agree with him that as such, it is consistent with the aims of the framework, paragraph 170, in seeking to contribute and enhance the natural and local environment, including valued landscapes. So there, the inspector was adopting, effectively saying that this is a policy, the aim of which is to protect specific areas for their local landscape value. And that's relevant for this inspector to consider what the purpose of BNE 34 is. You'd agree with that observation is relevant?
I take that inspector's interpretation, but I think if we look at the policy that we have got, and maybe this is the interpretation should probably come from Mr. Hume rather than me, but the policy, I need to get it up on screen again. The policy doesn't actually mention protection of. It doesn't have an implicit protection of the ALLI. It says that development should not be materially harmful to the character and function of the area.
Well, the inspector has, I think you've agreed with me, it's an irrelevant interpretation. I just want to understand the consequences of the interpretation Mr. Brown put to Mr. Etchells. If you only look at critical harm to the function of the alley as a whole, you could end up in a situation where effectively you have piecemeal development, death by 1,000 cuts, and you end up with the functions of the alley being gradually eroded to the point where they are they're either non-existent or fundamentally altered, if one was to adopt the test of critical harm to the function of the alley as a whole, because that's a very high hurdle for any development that's only in one particular part of the alley. You're going to end up with piecemeal development gradually eroding the alley as a whole on that analysis, aren't you?
Potentially, but then again, each site is judged on its own merits. And I think if we look at our site, it is a narrow finger of development that runs along North Dane Way, and the particular character of the ALLI is created by the country park, which sits in the heart of this part of the designation, this particular part of the alley, and that is owned by the local authority, and one would assume that it will always be there and fulfill that important function, and that is certainly different to Pump Lane, I would suggest. I don't know the site, so I can't comment on individual circumstances, but I think that is a significant difference with this site.
Well, let's look at the individual functions of this particular alley. So if we can go, if you've got the local plan in front of you, go to page 94, and we have the four functions, because we'll come on to the Capstone Country Park function that you just mentioned. Now, function 1, particularly attractive, important landscape feature, defining urban areas. Now, the inspector will decide for himself whether the introduction of this development assists the function of providing a particularly attractive, important landscape feature defining an urban area. That's a subjective view, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You say it is, no doubt. Mr. Etchells takes a different view. Yes?
Yes.
Now, preventing coalescence of Lordswood and Princes Park and Hempstead. I think it was put to Mr. Etchells, well, it didn't do, coalescence wasn't found in Gibraltar Farm, so there's not going to be coalescence here. Nonetheless, there is still going to be the gap between Lordswood and Princes Park and Hempstead is going to be increasingly narrowed. It might not result in total coalescence, but it's going to be narrowed on any analysis, isn't it, by this development?
It will be narrowed, but proportionally, the amount of that gap taken by the site is small, in that to use Mr. Etchell's figure, the site extends a maximum of 350 meters from North Dane Way, although the gap itself at its widest between North Dane Way and the Hempstead settlement boundary is nearly 1.4 kilometers. Therefore, the remaining separation is roughly one kilometer, or 3 times the distance that the site will extend along there. And I would suggest that that gap, particularly when we consider that the locally owned countryside park is in that gap, it is a long-term prospect that separation will remain probably in perpetuity, certainly as long as the Capstone Country Park functions in its present state.
Well, the inspector will form his own view about that. Let's just have a look at contribute significantly to informal open space needs of the communities which adjoin it. Do you see the reference to informal open space needs?
Yes.
What you're introducing is formal open space. You referred to play parks, etc. Like what you're, this is a removal of the informal open space offered by Open Countryside, isn't it?
No, there is no informal open space on privately owned agricultural land. The open space provision is in the form of the footpaths, the 2 footpaths which run across it. What the scheme proposals will provide is both informal and formal recreational opportunities within a large green infrastructure that amounts to nearly 40% of the overall site area.
Well, that will again be a view the inspector can take a view on the degree to which you're introducing sort of formality in here, but you'll note that what Mr. Etchells has said, he's suggesting the appeal site is crossed by 2 rights of way with others and a road with others alongside close to it. There are also other informal routes across the site, all of which help to provide connections to Country Park. And on that basis, he's suggesting that the site does provide informal recreation. You obviously take a different view, and the inspector can decide can decide which way, which side of the line.
My view is an interpretation of what I see in the development proposals.
And just finally looking at the function, so back to the page 96, please. Sorry, 94.
Yes, I'm there.
Number 3 provides a rural landscape in close proximity to the urban area, bringing the countryside into the town. Now, on any analysis, it cannot possibly be argued by you, can it, that by placing development at the north, the bulk of which is at the north end of the site, this is not bringing countryside into the town, is it? This is introducing built form at the top of this green finger that we've heard described in the, I think the MLCA. You're not bringing the countryside into the town, you're extending the countryside in this location. You're extending the town into the countryside in this location, aren't you?
I have accepted fully that development of this site will alter the land use and character of the East Hill site. I suggest that those changes are beneficial, but in terms of the Capstone, Darland and Elm Court alley, there still are retained areas of the alley that are in close proximity to the urban area. Our site does not affect the Darland Banks character area. It doesn't affect the Darland Banks character area or the Hempstead Fringe character areas as they stretch down Capston Road. And I also suggest that it doesn't affect materially the character of the Capstone Farm Country Park character area.
Well, again, the inspector form of view is whether he thinks that meets the, taking that as far as I think I can, whether this development does bring the countryside into the town. But I just want to, and also whether there's a rural landscape being provided here. I think we've already heard your evidence as to what you think this development will be assimilated into, which is an urban area, but I won't put that to you again. Function 4 provides a wider landscape setting for Capstone Country Park. Now, you fundamentally, and this is probably perhaps a simplistic way of doing it, Capstone Farm Country Park, part of the function of that country park is to give people visiting it a sense of being in the countryside, an open space in the countryside. That's by definition what a country park isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And we've looked at one of the views that from where the site will be visible from the country park. I'm not going to go back to that, but you've heard what Mr. Etchell said about the experience of users of the park further north than that viewpoint. Perhaps not being able to see built form, but certainly being much more conscious of being surrounded on all sides by built development. Do you remember his evidence about that?
Yes, I do.
And being conscious of activity, cars, whatever other activities one has in a residential site, that would all be, if not visibly perceptible from the site, but certainly would be experienced by users of the country park in that particular location. Don't have time to go to that on the plan. Do you agree?
Yeah, I recall Mr. Etchell's evidence.
Now, that's a reasonable observation for him to make, isn't it? It may not be one you disagree with, but it's a fair observation.
It is an observation. I don't agree with it, and therefore I don't consider it a reasonable observation.
So why when walking around northern edge of the boundary, if you do experience northern edge of the Capstone Country Park on the boundary of the development site, why wouldn't one experience the sense that one's surrounded by development in terms of activity, cars, etc.? Why have you ruled that out as a
for a start? I don't know if you've visited Capstone Country Park, but you will be aware that there are two very large car parks at the point of arrival in Capstone Country Park. So seeing cars and parking cars isn't alien to enjoying the facilities in the country park, but I don't think you will see cars parked in the development area at East Hill. But if we come back to provides a wider setting to the Capstone Country Park, it isn't just East Hill that contributes to that setting. The Capstone Valley, which most visitors will arrive from, certainly if you're in a car or being brought there, contributes to the character of the wider setting. The fishing lake contributes to the wider setting. The undulating and wooded parts of the country park prevent for most people within the park wider views of that setting. But if we're talking about the extreme northern boundary and the north western boundary, relative topographical landform changes give good separation and retain that wider setting, or development within East Hill will not be perceived as reducing the setting in that area. As we've already discussed, the view from R8 does, and the scheme responds sympathetically to that.
I'm going to suggest to you that it cannot possibly be suggested that the setting of a country park is, in this particular, the setting, the function of the alley in providing a setting for this country park. It cannot possibly be the case that by introducing development that's more visible from the country park and that will be experienced by users of the country park, even if not in visual terms, on any analysis, that is not contributing to providing a wider landscape setting for the country park. What you're doing there is effectively, in simplistic terms, turning what is a country park set in the countryside to a park set in an increasingly urban landscape. So you're moving from a country park to an urban park, effectively, aren't you?
I don't agree with that analysis, in that although it's called a country park, it isn't set in pure countryside. It is itself in a transitional area, which when you look out from or travel to, you are aware within that setting of other development. So the Capstone Road, as you approach the site, has buildings along it. When you come along Pear Tree Lane, you're aware of pubs and other built development. So the site at the moment, that setting isn't in pure pristine countryside. It includes elements that include buildings and urban edge. To a very limited extent, as we've seen from VR8, there are some views within the development of buildings which we hope in the long term to screen, but that isn't an alien feature in terms of the setting of the country park.
Well, the inspector will be able to form his own view on that. I'm not going to change your view now, so the inspector has the point, and I'll move on from that. But now, in terms of just finally MPPF and valued landscape, now it's common ground that this is a valued landscape. You place it at the bottom of the hierarchy, don't you?
Yes, yeah. I do. I think now, Mr. Etchells agrees as well that it is the bottom of the hierarchy.
But nonetheless, for the purpose of the MPPF, it's a valued landscape, yes?
Yes.
And when considering the weight to be attached to that valued landscape, it's right, isn't it, that the reasons the MLCA, the Medway Landscape Character Assessment, when identifying the valued features of this particular area, those reflect the features or the functions of the alley. They broadly support, even though it postdates the designation of the alley, they broadly reflect those identified in the local plan as being the functions and the characteristics of the alley, don't they?
Yes.
And so this isn't just a question of a technical designation. There is the characteristics of those of the alley are supported by the MLCA, and you don't dispute the analysis in the MLCA in that regard, do you?
No, I don't. But you started your questioning relating this to the MPPF and the local designation is taken account of in the MPPF, and we end up, even with the Medway Landscape Character Assessment conclusions, that this site in policy terms is, in terms of landscape value, at the lower end of that scale, and anything applied to it should be commensurate with that status.
And I wasn't asking about that. I was just checking that you agree with what Mr. Etchells has put in his proof, and it sounds like you do, at 3.4.27, where he says the description of the Capstone and Horstead Valley's principal landscape areas effectively reiterates most of the alley functions. You don't disagree with that. I think you've confirmed that.
Yes, yeah. Yes, I agree with that.
Yeah, and that's material. When looking at value, that's material. It has to be material, doesn't it? But this isn't just an arbitrary designation with no justification for it. There is justification, albeit after the event, but there is an analysis that confirms in real terms that this, in substance, that this is a valued landscape. It's not just a designation. This isn't just a technical designation, is it?
No, I agree with what you're saying.
Thank you. Now, I think that is on the MPPF. That I think is all I wanted to put to you. I'm just conscious of time. I'm nearing the end of my examination, so you'll be pleased to hear. Just if I may, just take one moment just to check I haven't missed anything there aren't any other questions that I think the council wants me to put to Mr. Allen. So if I could just ask for a very brief pause, so whilst I confirm that.
Okay, do you need me to adjourn for a couple of minutes?
No, I'm just going to lean across, just away from my camera.
No problem.
I think that is it, sir. I think that covers. Sorry, there is one final point, which is to do with. Sorry, one final point. Now we've looked at your analysis, Mr. Allen. I've taken you back to and we've already discussed why you consider there would be a benefit, and we're not going to agree on that. But you'll acknowledge that Mr. Hume, in his analysis and his proof, does identify that there is harm that needs to be taken into account in the planning balance. Do you accept? You've read his proof, haven't you?
Yes, I have read his proof. I suppose he has to justify whether that harm is of a temporary nature or whether it's a material harm, and he can answer that specific point.
I'll ask him about that, but I just want to understand, just because there was some discussion about this in opening, when we look at your analysis, and we've seen your analysis in the LCA where you've said substantial and beneficial in relation to the character areas and also the viewpoints, Mr. Etchells was taken to that and suggested you hadn't put a level of benefit on where you've identified a beneficial effect. You haven't graded that. Can you just, you'll understand why that's important. In the planning balance, the inspector needs to understand what degree of benefit you attach to those beneficial effects. You haven't provided that analysis in your proof, have you? You've just said substantial and beneficial.
Yeah, I have given, if you look at the table, I think 10.2 and 10.4 is that there is a value judgment that comes out in the end that is very similar to Mr. Etchells' value, in that he says substantial adverse, or he might say moderate adverse. Well, if you look through all my visual assessment, you will see that there is great difference between, we've concentrated on V15 and V8, but there's even a difference between V8 and V15. The Capstone Park I give as moderate and beneficial. V8 I give as substantial.
Mr. Allen, just to save time, it's nearly lunchtime, just understand the point. You haven't, on a scale of minor, significant, substantial, you haven't weighted the degree of benefit that you attach to those features or those beneficial effects that you've identified in table 10.2 and 10.3, have you?
I have. There's a difference in approach from the way Mr. Etchells approaches it as a sliding scale. We approach it in a different way in that we establish the significance of the effect, which might be minor, moderate, substantial, or neutral, and then we ascribe to it a direction which again is either beneficial, adverse, or neutral. But I think the end result is that you can see both, whether you look at Mr. Etchells's methodology or ours, that we come to a conclusion on the summary of effects.
Well, I'll put it to you one last time. In terms of net overall beneficial effect, there is no conclusion in your proof of evidence or in your written evidence to this inquiry, nor have you suggested it today orally. There is no conclusion regarding the degree of net overall beneficial effect. Is there? There's no analysis in your proof of what the net overall beneficial effect is that you are asserting in landscape and visual terms this development will bring.
I don't agree with that at all. The LVIA and my proof go through all the individual character areas, all the individual visual receptors, and in my conclusion, which I read out, Mr. Brown took me through, I gave an overall conclusion, and my overall conclusion was that this scheme would be beneficial and not harmful to the character of the area, not in a material sense anyway.
So that your evidence is, as far as I can take it and say just to assist the inspector, your evidence is that there will just be a beneficial effect. You're not prepared, or you're not setting out whether that's a slightly beneficial effect, significantly beneficial, substantially beneficial. You're not.
I do set that out in table 10.4, which from different viewpoints give different values to the level of effect, and that is determined by relative heights and relative distances to the appeal site.
Well, I'm still nonplussed. Are you saying, and I suppose one ought to ask this, are you saying there'll be a substantially beneficial effect?
I am saying that with this scheme and this set of proposals, that the scheme will have a beneficial effect. Yes, in the long term.
Listen to my question, please, Mr. Allen. I don't want to be rude and cut across you. Please listen to my question. You're not saying, are you, that there will be a substantially beneficial effect? You're saying there's a substantial and beneficial effect. You're not saying, and to assist the inspector, you're not asserting that there will be a substantially beneficial effect, are you?
Our methodology doesn't come to the same description, although it does use the same terms as Mr. Etchell. So the effect is substantial and beneficial.
Well, that I'm afraid we'll have to leave it there. The inspector has the point. I'll leave it to my submissions as to the fact that you're not prepared to grade the degree of benefit in terms of the landscape impact on this caused by this development. So I have no further questions for this particular witness.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. You'd be glad to hear I had several questions, but they've all fallen away. So that's helpful for you. I am conscious we do have, I think, one of the third parties on on the dialed into the event. I just wanted to check whether Miss Alison Gollet had any questions she wanted to put to Mr. Allen. I've had no response there, so I'll take that as a no. Mr. Brown, I'm conscious of time. How long do you think you're going to need?
So I've got 3 short questions. I would hope 5, at most 10 minutes, and hopefully 5. If we can do it now, I think that will probably be tidier.
Yes,
good.
That's fine. Thank you.
Mr. Etchells, can I, not Mr. Etchells, Mr. Allen, I do apologise. Can I take you, I'm going to do it in reverse order, working back through the cross-examination. Capstan Park and the function of providing a setting for Capstan Park. You were asked about that. Can I just ask you to turn up your appendices, please, and go to...
Yes, I have them. Your voice is breaking down, Mr. Brown. You've frozen.
Sir, have I frozen on your screen or just on
no,
Mr. Allen's?
No, you were, but you're back now. It's a bit blurred.
I'm back.
Yes,
right.
Back to me as well.
I'm back.
Live
Okay.
living colour.
Yeah. We can see the red line that effectively separates the appeal site from the country
Sorry,
park.
what plan are you looking at in my appendices?
Appendix 5.
Yes.
Your strategy concept plan, yes?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, between the park and just help the inspector in terms of the topography as one moves from the park to the appeal site. What happens?
You move from the park to the appeal site. It's the country park is itself on a parallel ridge to East Hill. So where we show those blue sort of viewpoints, that is the high ground, and then the ground either it falls and then rises to the northwest. It is level across the middle around the recycle centre, and that's because that's an old chalk pit landfill site and is at a slightly higher level, and some of that infill has been used in the country park. And then to the south, we start to slip into the Shorested Farm character area, which is more enclosed and steeply sided. So it differs all along that boundary.
Right. Well, that's something the inspector will be able to see on his site visit. Appreciating this is an outline scheme, but it does have parameter plans attached to it. Just looking at your concept plan, Mr. Allen, to what extent does the scheme provide buffers between the development and the country park?
It provides buffers all the way along, and you will notice from that the width and depth of those buffers changes in respect to the topography. So that I've said that at the north end tip, where most viewpoints are below the site, there is a green buffer, but it isn't as wide as when you move to where the recycle area is, and there is a flatter area. We increase the width of that buffer. And then when we get to the elevated part of the country park, where there are views across, we try as much as possible to extend that green buffer and open space right across the site up to Whiteswood and the North Dane Way boundary.
Thank you. And to the extent that Mr. Etchell's concern was not specifically about a visual setting for the park, but just about the perception of users while they're there, being able to hear children playing in their gardens and cars going past. I mean, you, in your evidence in chief this morning, you referred, for example, to the dry ski slope within the Capstan Park. I'm sure the inspector will see on his site visit, but can you just help us with what happens in the Capstan Park at the moment, the extent, I mean, is this an entirely tranquil landscape? What would people expect to hear just from other users of the park?
Well, I must admit, I didn't understand Mr. Etchell's reference to noise coming from people playing in the gardens when experienced by the country park, because when you drive into the country park, certainly in the northern car park, you're immediately aware of a large children's play area where children are playing and making noise. And I don't think you can suggest that from a distance that's much further away that the noise of children playing and people undertaking other activities within the country park are going to be impaired by development at East Hill. I think you will be aware of noise if the dry ski slope is operating, if cars are coming into the car parks in the country park, and if children are playing there.
Okay, thank you. Second topic, Mr. Allen, you were asked about the Pump Lane decision in the context of the questions that I put to Mr. Etchells about Gibraltar Farm, and in particular the inspector's reference there to whether when applying BNE 34 things critically affected the functions of the alley. I wonder if you've got the Pump Farm decision. It's CD 1024. You will have had it earlier, so I hope you've still got access to it somewhere.
I don't think I did have access to it. I thought I might have had it in my own document. I think I do have it. If you can bear with me, I'll
if you can find it, it would be helpful. If not, if necessary, I can make the points by way. I mean, by this, it's just flagging up references, but I am interested in your view on them, if it's possible. So if you've got CD 10.24, that would be helpful. Can you find it via the council link?
I haven't tried the council link. I think I'm going to. I know I do have. Wait, let's see if I can find it.
I tell you what, Mr. Allen, don't bother too much. There are references there, and if need be, I can, if the point's pursued.
Right, I have got it. I've got it here. Rain and Pump Lane. Yes.
That's the one.
3rd of November 2021 is the. I've got the letter E. So yes.
So towards the end, there are paragraphs that are numbered 12.
Yes, Mr. Brown has frozen.
Yes, Mr. Brown's frozen.
Well,
I got the dot, but not the numbers.
Mr. Allen, you're back now.
Bother.
We missed most.
Right. Okay. It's all right. Yes. Can you hear me again now, sir?
I can hear.
Can I be heard?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Okay. Could you go, please, just to 12.58 and 12.59 to start with, please, Mr. Allen.
So what page are they on?
Well, the internal page numbering of the inspector's report is 162. Well, I don't know what number it is on the PDF.
I have the. So can you give me the? I have the
Tell you what, Mr.
covering letter, but I have got the Pump Lane decision notice. Can you give me?
Mr. Allen, this is proving too complicated. Let's not bother. I'll deal with it in closing submissions. Don't worry. I'll turn to my last and final question, which, and this time you'll need the landscape character area assessment, please.
You mean
We
the
go back.
do you mean the Medway landscape character assessment?
Struggling again, Mr. Allen. Just bear with us.
Yes.
Am I back?
You are.
Can you hear me?
Can hear you.
All right.
You've frozen
You're
on
frozen.
the screen. You may want to just avoid the camera, perhaps, on this occasion.
Right. Okay. I'll turn my camera off, which will probably please everybody in any event. Can I still be heard, sir?
Yes, you can.
Good.
I
All
can
right.
hear you too.
Good. So CD 10.9, the character Medway assessment. This relates to questions you were asked about woodland planting and whether or not planting could improve an area, Mr. Allen.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you look at LCA 25 East Hill, yes.
Yes.
And if we look at on the first page of that entry, there's a heading description, a heading characteristics, condition, sensitivity, actions. I'll come to actions in a moment, but if we go to issues, we can note a reference to the inappropriate siting of the waste recycling plant. We can see loss of traditional field boundaries and roadside hedgerows.
Yes.
We can see a reference to a poor footpath network and weak pedestrian accessibility from the urban areas. You see those things listed there, yes?
I can, yes.
Okay, can we then go back to the middle row? At the bottom of the middle row, there's a heading actions, yes?
Yes.
And we see the words conserve and create.
Yes.
What do you understand the words and create to be suggesting there in terms of things that may be done within the East Hill area?
Well, quite obviously, in terms of the issues, is to improve on those issues and to create additional field boundaries and roadside hedgerows, and improve the poor footpath network, which I from the evidence I've given so far, I think this development will more than do just create. It will provide substantially enhanced provision.
Good. Mr. Allen, thank you very much. I'm going to stop there and try and sort out what's happening with my internet over the lunch break.
Okay. Suitable time to adjourn for lunch, I think. Obviously, after lunch, we'll have the council's planning witness. Miss Golay, I've just noticed you've popped up. Did you want to say something?
Well, yes, you asked me just now if I had any contribution to make. I've just made a couple of points with my husband. We've both been listening. First of all, we want to say that no amount of mitigation will ever prevent a view of high-rise rooftops and roadways. And you will see traffic travelling through the roads on the estate. And the second point is the gentleman below, Mr. Allen, suggested much earlier that the development would actually assist footpath users such as ourselves. And I have to say that any development on farmland would not improve my current enjoyment of using natural footpaths in a beautiful rural setting. So you wouldn't be assisting my use or the use of people with prams, pushchairs, disabled people in wheelchairs. It is not a nice experience walking through housing estates, full stop.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Allen, did you want to make a comment on that or
No, sir. I mean, I appreciate you were asking for questions, but that's, yes,
There were more comments rather than questions put to
They
Mr. Allen,
were.
but
But no, that's fine, sir. I understand.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gully.
Thank you.
Thank you for the comments.
Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Brown and Mr. Neil, what sort of time are you looking for in terms of a lunch break?
I'd be happy with 45 minutes, sir, but it's probably more for Mr. Neil than it is for me. It's his witness who's first up next.
I overran, sir. So as retribution for my cross-examination, I'm 45 minutes would be fine. I don't think I'm in any place to ask for a longer lunch break.
Okay, so it's Mr. Canavan, I think after lunch, the council's planning witness. So we'll adjourn now and reconvene at 2 o'clock.
Can I ask, sir?
Mr. Allen.
I'm now dismissed, am I?
You are indeed, Mr. Allen, with thanks.
And
Thank
you very
you.
much. Okay. I'll see you all back at 2 o'clock.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
that'll happen in due course, I expect. I'm sorry, sir. I have no idea what's happened.
That's fine. Mr. Canavan, you've got
for what it's worth, I can't see Mr. Brown at the moment.
So I'm going to go out and come back, I think.
Okay, we'll just wait a moment then and allow you to do that. Okay, that seems a bit better. Canavan, can you see Mr. Brown? Yes, you're not.
I can, yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Neal, do you want to now call your planning witness?
Yes, I'm grateful. Before I do so, just in terms of documentation, and before I call Mr. Canavan, I just wanted to check in terms of the AMR or the latest AMR that was sent to you. Can I just confirm, so first of all, are you happy for that to be included as an inquiry document? Because I don't think it has been formally uploaded onto the core document list on the council's website.
I am. I have a copy of it. I understand that the appellant has also seen a copy. I'm more than happy for that to be tabled as an inquiry document. Yeah,
I'm grateful. I'm not sure what the number will be, but thank you for that. With your permission, sir, if I could call Mr. Canavan. I should add, before I begin, Mr. Canavan is in a separate room to me in the council's offices, and I don't have any contacts or discussions in the course of his evidence. Mr. Canavan, can you hear me, first of all?
I can, yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
I can.
Yes.
Mr. Canavan, if you could introduce yourself to the inspector and to the inquiry, please.
Certainly, yes. My name is Peter Canavan. I'm a chartered town planner with a master's degree in town planning and a bachelor's degree in geography. I'm an associate partner at Carter Jonas, and I am the council's planning witness.
Thank you. Now, you've submitted a proof of evidence in this appeal. Do you have a copy of that in front of you?
I do, yes.
And you've set out at paragraph 122, declaration that the evidence has been prepared and given in accordance with your professional institute, that you confirm the opinions, my true and professional opinions. Do you still stand by that statement now?
I do, yes.
And is there anything you wish to correct in your proof of evidence?
There was one element at where I refer to BNE 34 as requiring enhancement of landscape, and I transposed the requirements of, so this is at paragraph 6.13. The principle is to protect and enhance landscape areas. That's where I've taken the wording from the framework and wrongly interpreted it into the policy. That should be, it's to avoid the harm, and it's to and that's what policy BNE 34 says, and that's my my error in producing that, so I apologise.
Okay, so do you say the correction should be, is it 613?
Yes.
The principle is to protect landscape areas.
Yes.
And you want to remove the words and enhance, is that right?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Thank you. Sir, could I ask that Mr. Canavan's evidence and his proof is taken as read before I go through it with him? I'm grateful. I'll take certain parts of it if I may. There's no summary, unfortunately, Mr. Canavan, so I'm going to go through your main paragraphs. Now, at your you've set out that you represent Medway Council in this matter. In terms of your role and and in particular your experience in acting for Medway Council and your knowledge of the borough of the area, could I just ask you to read out paragraph 121, please? First couple of sentences.
Certainly, yes. I've acted for Medway Council 5 times before at appeals at Brompton Farm Road, Orchard Kennels, Pump Lane, Land at Upper Upner, excuse me, and the second Gibraltar Farm, i.e. the one that was about a month ago.
And in terms of your role in relation to this application, I think you set that out at 118.
Yes.
So when were you first involved in this particular matter?
Indeed. Well, in March this year, the council asked me to review the case officer's report and the reasons for refusal and whether I was able to defend those. And I said that I could. I was not involved in any part of the writing of the officer's report.
Now, just in terms of preliminary matter, just to get a couple of issues sort of off the table, so to speak, reason for refusal 3, you set out at 1.9 to 117 the reason for refusal 3 is no longer pursued by the council in its own right. I'm not going to ask you to read what you said there in terms of those paragraphs, but could you just we'll come on to this in the condition session, but can you just clarify where things have got to in terms of agreeing a mechanism to protect that particular, it's not to protect that area, but to prevent,
to avoid the amenity impact on Carlton Crescent? Yes, certainly. Yes, you've stolen my thunder slightly that we were going to talk about it tomorrow at the conditions session. But yes, as far as I understand it, and in conversations that I've had with the appellant and Mr. Hune, is that a revised parameters plan will become a conditioned plan, and that removes development from the area around Carlton Crescent and where the 16 houses that were removed and shown in a indicative layout at the case management conference, it's the same area.
But there's no substantive dispute between you and Mr. Hume, as far as you're aware of.
As far as I'm aware, no. I think we're agreed on that.
Now, in terms of the policies that apply to this particular development, I'm going to go straight to that, if I may, and that's set out at section 5 of your proof. Now, just alongside that, I think it might help the inspector. You helped in preparing the statement of common ground, and there's a helpful table at the back of that, isn't there, showing where you and Mr. Hume, or certainly the council and the appellant, disagree in terms of weight and disagree in terms of the weight to be attached to the various relevant policies of the Medway plan. Is that right?
Yes, indeed, yes.
Now, I'm going to sort of take you through your proof by reference to that Appendix 1 of the Statement of Common Ground. So that's core document 8.2, sir, if you have that. First policy that we can see a disagreement between you and the appellant on is policy S1, the development strategy, and you can see that's in the table. You say it's consistent with the framework, moderate weight, and the appellant says not consistent with the framework and limited weight. Could I just ask for you to, perhaps by reference to paragraphs 5.6 and 5.7 and 5.8 of your proof, just to explain why you think moderate weight should be given to the policy. You also explain that there's the pump lane decision, Section 6 has limited weight. So could you just amplify that a little bit, please, to assist the inspector with your reasons why moderate weight should be afforded to the policy?
Yes, I think in this particular case, the tail end of the quote at my paragraph 5.6 taken from policy S1 identifies the open heartland of Medway at Capstone and Darland will be given long-term protection from significant development. This is part of that strategy for managing development, which includes the set of 10 strategic objectives and the 8-strand development strategy, which I then go on to talk about in 5.7. And given that this site is within an area specifically identified in S1, I think that gives perhaps more, in my view, gives more weight in this case. And also that the fact that the policy is not just aimed at delivering a number. It's not there to deliver a number of houses. And in fact, you know, I'm sure we'll come to this later, the council continues to make decisions that on the face of it would be contrary to S1, but in the balance in those cases, development is understood to be suitable and different to here. And so that's where I think where at Pump Lane, and also in Pump Lane, you know, as I've said, I acted as the witness there, and we talked a lot about the housing numbers, and I conceded then that it was limited. And I think on reflection, and given the specific nature of Capstone and Darland Valley being mentioned, means that there could be moderate weight given to the policy in this case.
Thank you. Now, in terms, just to be clear, in terms of there being a breach of that particular policy, just to be absolutely clear, your position is the application is clearly contrary to the strategy of that policy, and you set that out at 6.6, haven't you?
Yes.
And I think there you also talk about the open heartland of Capstone and Darland being mentioned. I mean, is the appellant suggesting that the policy is breached? I think or is the appellant suggesting it's limited weight, but breach? Could you just clarify that?
Yes, and that's what it is. So the appellant is suggesting that S1, because it restricts housing delivery, should therefore be out of date. And it's that. It's not that there isn't necessarily a breach, but that it's of limited weight given the land supply situation.
I see. So policy S2, common ground that's full weight. I won't dwell on that. I'm going to jump straight on to policies BNE. The next policy you disagree on, which is policy BNE 25. That's development in the countryside, and you've set out that you think that policy can carry moderate weight. Now, you set that out at 515 to 519. Could you just, in a nutshell, explain why you think moderate weight should be attached to this particular policy?
And I think it's down to the need or the objective of and the fact that national policy recognises the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. It's that element, and that again the council makes decisions that are on the face of it again contrary to this policy, and whilst it can be read as a blanket policy, it's not used as a blanket policy by the council. They use it to balance with other landscape evidence, and that because other evidence, this is not the use of BNE 25 by itself. This is in combination with BNE 34 and the fact that there is a detailed assessment of that landscape that that in this case it can carry some moderate weight. And the fact that inspectors have found differing levels of weight. We've got, at my 517, we've got moderate weight at Cliffwoods, albeit that was 2018, so a few years ago now, and then some weights and some, albeit limited. I think that's the judgment that's got to be made. I think it's capable of being moderate. I think it's capable of being moderate when considering the intrinsic value and beauty of the countryside. And in this case, the amenity value of this countryside is identified, as I say, in S1, and that, what we used to call the golden thread, but that story goes through the policies, and it continues to be amplified. It's an amplification of the specific nature of Capstone Valley and Darland, sorry, excuse me, Capstone and Darland in S1 that then is amplified by BNE 25 and the countryside point, and then further by BNE 34 and the fact that it's an alley.
Yeah, we'll come back to BNE, and you referred to the inspector decisions there, and you summarise moderate weight with Cliffwood, some weight in the Orchard Kennels decision, and then some, albeit limited weight, in Pump Lane. Now we'll come back to policy BNE 34 in a moment, but just to be clear, and I made this clear in opening as well, the last two remaining policies referred to in your evidence, L9, so you mentioned that at 524.25.
Yes.
Now, you're not suggesting that there's a breach of that policy in this particular case. So
No, and for the avoidance of doubt, my paragraph 728 is where I set out no breach with BNE 2 or L9.
And in terms of L10, could I just ask you to read the first paragraph of 526, please?
526 L10 seeks to protect the routes of public rights of way and accepts that where this is not possible, then alternative routes can be provided at an equal or better standard. This seeks to safeguard connectivity and amenity.
Okay. Now, just whilst we're on that, and I just want to get this one sort of out of the way before we turn back to BNE 24. You've seen Mr. Hume's evidence in his rebuttal, have you?
Yes, I have.
And he suggests evidence of the rights, the council's public rights of way officer not raising any particular concerns over this proposal.
Yes.
What comments do you make in terms of that, and perhaps by reference to 682 of your proof, please?
Yes, I think obviously I wasn't at the meeting from where those minutes were taken, so I can't speak entirely for the council's officer, but the note suggests to me that the discussion and the response is reasonably focused on an increased usage of that footpath and the maintenance and improvement of its surfaces. Again, something that's been discussed in by witnesses already, and I have no complaint about that. I agree that the footpath, the surfaces may well be improved, and it's the amenity point which is considered and discussed by Mr. Etchells, and the enjoyment of a footpath in the countryside, in a countryside setting, that amenity that will be lost, and it's simply that. Yes, as I say, you asked me to consider, what I've written at 6.82, and what I've said is that the route will remain in approximately the same alignments, but there, according to Mr. Etchells, there will be significant adverse effects of the people enjoying its countryside location in a valued landscape.
Thank you. Now, BNE 34. So this is policy in the statements for common ground. That's policy where both parties agree that full weight should be attached to it. So there's no particular dispute between you and Mr. Hume on that. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you've set out, just to be clear, you've set out at 6:11 to 6:12 or to 6:13 why you think, or 6:14 in fact, why you think full weight should be attached to that particular policy. Could you just explain, firstly, why that's the case in your own words, and then secondly, perhaps by reference to the Pump Lane decision, what help can the inspector draw from that decision in terms of understanding what previous inspectors or what previously the Secretary of State's decided in terms of weight to be attached to BNE 34?
Yes, and I think it goes simply back to what I say at the very first sentence of 5.21. The BNE 34 is a policy which protects specific areas for their local landscape value. It's that element that's of most importance. These are areas that have been assessed, have been identified as having a value and are protected for those purposes. And I think that and it's that. Sorry, I was just distracted by the fact that at 522 I've said protect and enhance again. I'm sorry, I've obviously taken the words from the framework to say that protect part is important, but obviously enhance, as I've said, is not correct. It should be noted that BNE 34 also provides the internal balancing exercise, which again allows for the economic and social benefits to be weighed against any harms which are identified.
And you mentioned the policy which protects specific areas for their local landscape value. Could I just take you to what did the Pump Lane inspector have to say about the aim of BNE 34? And I think just to save time, that's at, I think the relevant paragraphs at 12 to 12.238 of CD 1024.
Yes. Sorry, give me a moment. I've got that turned up.
230. Sorry, 12.230. So 12.230 on page 197.
Yes, I have listed that, I believe. Yes, let me just find 1024. I do apologise. Give me a moment. The paragraph number again, I do apologise. 230. So BNE 34 relates to the alleys. As noted by the Orchard Kennels inspector, is not a general constraint policy, but one that protects specific areas for their local landscape value, as I've just mentioned. And the inspector agreed that it is consistent with the framework, paragraph 170 at the time, now 174, in seeking to contribute and to enhance the natural and local environment, including of valued landscapes.
Okay. And that's the reference that you've set out at 522. Just moving on now to we'll come back to the MPPF, but let's just turn into the analysis of the housing supply position. So we're now looking at we're now at para 615 of your proof. Now, as I said in opening, there's been the new AMR has been submitted to the inspector. Could you just clarify, and it's not in dispute that there is at most a housing land supply of 3.64 years. I think that was clarified in opening by the appellant. Can you just clarify the reasons why there seems to have been a slight increase from 3.23 to 3.64, and just briefly summarise what the new AMR is telling us and why?
Yes, certainly. Obviously, it's twofold. Consents have been given, permissions continue to be built out, and there's myriad detail on there, and I think it's agreed we're not going to go into that. But the other short point, and I think this was asked in opening as well, was about the requirement, and this comes down to local housing need, which is the most up-to-date evidence of housing need. So we're not using the extant plan, we're not using an interim number, which the council was using previously of 1,000, but the council is using the standard methodology to identify what local housing need is. And the standard methodology, step 1, requires you to identify your base year. Your base year is the year that you're in. So for this current AMR, it will be 2021 up to 2031 to give you your range, to create your annual number, etc., etc. We all know how to do the standard methodology now, off the top of our head, standing upside down. But basically, it gives you a slightly different number, a slightly reduced number this year compared to last year. And it's a matter of a few houses. This is shown on page 34 of the AMR for the inspector's record. It shows you the different requirements for each year and the completions against them, which, again, as we say, it's 3.64 years. It's agreed that they understood the shortfall is significant.
I see. So now there's in Mr. Hume's rebuttal evidence paragraphs paragraphs 116 to 117. He looks at your analysis of recent approvals of the sites of sites in the borough, and also he talks about the at paragraph 117. He says that it noted these sites will be referenced in the updated AMR when published in December 2021. Now, I don't want to go into this because it's, given what's in has been broadly agreed with the appellant, but he's suggesting the list of 1681 dwellings exaggerates supply and it's a double county, etc. I mean, just so we can understand, is this, given the appellant's concession as to, for the purpose of this appeal, that there's a supply of up to 3.64 years? Do you want to make any comments on that, or are you content to sort of leave this for now because it's not going to really assist things either way for the inspector?
I'm leaning towards the latter, but the purpose of these two lists was not to calculate a land supply. It was to demonstrate that the council is granting development on unallocated sites, as I set out at 6.27, that it's taking steps to meet the challenges and giving consents. That's the only point I was making. The reference to the AMR was that there's no other public list unless you want to go through every planning committee to look for these. And again, I say it's worthy of note that it doesn't include windfalls. Well, you know, that's the point. It's not a 5-year land supply point. It's that, again, windfalls will help in a limited way to meeting the housing needs. And
you agree that in any event, the scale of the shortfall is significant as things stand at 3.64. Yeah.
Yes.
Now, housing delivery test, you set out when your evidence was published that there was on the 2020 application of the HDT, it was only 55%. It only produced a result of 55%. So it's well below the 75% target for the HDT set in national policy. Could you just update the inspector? Has that position materially changed since your evidence? And would you still accept that there's the HDT is not being met?
Yes, because we haven't got the an updated HDT published, so it is still this position.
Now, you have stated at 620 that the result was 46% in 2019, and that there are clear signs of improvement in housing provision. Now, I think you address the steps that the council are taking later in your proof, but perhaps could you just explain when you say that there are clear signs of improvements in provision? I mean, where are the signs of improvements in position, and perhaps could you just add, have you got anything further to comment on that, and by way of explanation as to why you think there's a clear sign of improvement in the housing provision?
Yes, this was on analysis of the extant AMR, and the following pages and paragraphs 6, 22, 23, and then 24, not to get back into the list of sites given consent, but it's showing that in 2019-20, over 1,000 houses were delivered in Medway for the first time since it became a unitary authority. Then the following list of sites under construction shows units totaling 1,200, 1,400 and 1,600 in 18, 19 and 20. And
that's just to be clear, that's 623 paragraph.
It is, yes. And it's that again, the point being made is that the council isn't sitting on its hands. It's not doing anything. It's giving consent on suitable sites and progressing its local plan, which we'll come to. And
you make that you deal with efforts on the council's part to boost the supply of housing, and it's 624 to I think through to 629.
Yes.
And also talk about the emerging plan, and then SIF, then HIF. Could you just provide a little bit of just explain what the relevance of? I'm not going to ask you to read everything from 624 onwards, but in terms of this issue of HIF funding, and it's commented in the rebuttal of Mr. Hume as well. Could you explain why where does the HIF, explain what HIF is and why it's relevant in your view to understanding the council's efforts to boost the supply of housing and steps taken? I think probably from 640 onwards might be the most helpful.
Yes, certainly. I think it's important at the outset. So HIF is the Housing Infrastructure Fund, and it was a competitive process where councils could put forward projects to government to bid for funding to unlock housing. And this is what has happened at WHO. It's acknowledged that it's a challenge, but the council needs to face the challenge of meeting significant housing need. A step change is required to meet this housing need, and something significant, the likes of the development that's suggested at WHO, is a way of engaging with the challenging housing needs. But to do that, to meet that, to deliver that quantum of development, then infrastructure is required, and the HIF money to unlock this development has been awarded to the council. And as is set out in my evidence, it covers road infrastructure, rail infrastructure, and also environmental mitigation, because it's a significant amount of housing, to deliver houses to meet the needs. It's predicated on a consortium of developers working with the council. It's not intended to predetermine the local plan, but it's there as a delivery mechanism to support the delivery of housing, and it would be a decision on its merits in any event, even if it didn't come forward in the local plan. It's an option for development within Medway. And
you mentioned the local plan. Now, the emerging plan. Now, I think you've set out that you've agreed that it's at 653 that the emerging plan, the policies of the emerging plan carry no weight. But in terms of, and there's some criticism made of you, I think, in the rebuttal of Mr. Hume, in terms of referring to the facts of the emerging local plan. Could you just explain what relevance the emerging plan has to your analysis, and how it ties in with what you're saying about WHO and development at WHO?
Yes, I think I touched on it slightly there in my last answer that whilst the development there doesn't predetermine local plan making, it's a part of local plan making and can become an allocation. There is a world where it could happen faster than a local plan, but the current intention is that the local plan will be at Regulation 19 in the new year. But because it hasn't reached Regulation 19, it has its policies and the spatial strategy have no material weight in deciding this particular proposal, and that's agreed common ground. But I was very clear to say that that's where the no material consideration ends. In my view, the efforts that the council has made, and this is why there's detail in my proof, the efforts that the council is making to get its plan moving forward to meet the needs is worthy of some weight, and that it's considering how to meet its needs in a sustainable way. And this is being cited in a couple of a couple of decisions that I've quoted in 655. In fact, the courts, High Court decisions. And
so you're saying, notwithstanding, I mean, it's common ground that the Reg 19 plan hasn't been published, but yes, what you're saying is, notwithstanding that, the council is still progressing its plan making functions and is trying to sort out where to place strategic development within the area.
Yes. And
you're still of that view, despite the emerging plan not yet being published and there being a delay on that?
I think and that's the point, that we look back at the work that has been done, the spatial strategies that have been tested, the inevitable evidence collection and consideration of alternatives as part of that process. The council's thought about it. It's not just plucking things out of the sky. The evidence base exists, but that's as far as it goes. That's there is an effort going on.
And just to be clear about where we've got to, I think you said at 6:45 of your proof, in terms of the local plan, the developers are working with the LPA on the formation of a development framework which will come forward with the Reg 19 local plan in early summer. Could you just give the inspector an update on what's the delay? Why is there a delay to the Reg 19 consultation, where things have got to in terms of its that when that will be published as a submission draft?
Yes, certainly. Yes, sorry, that's something that's transposed from the consultation document on HIF, which is now that particular comment is slightly out of date. That would have been early summer this year, as in just past, and so that will now be early 2022.
Yeah.
And the reason for the delay is that the council didn't have the full evidence base to share with its councillors when it intended to take it to cabinet in November, and so they're pausing to complete the sustainability appraisal and habitats regulations assessment.
Okay, so there's an SA issue there that needs to be prepared. And have you got any idea of time frame in terms of when it might come forward?
What I've been told is early in the new year. That's what the intention is at the moment.
Thank you. And just turning now, please, to bear with me. Just whilst we're talking about consultation on the emerging plan, I think now might be a good point to raise with you a point put to Mr. Etchells, that development at this particular location, where the appeal site was put forward in the emerging plan as a reasonable alternative to development. I'm not quite sure reasonable alternative to what, but one of the options for development in this particular area. Now, what comment in terms of how that assists the inspector to determine this appeal? I mean, how much weight do you think the inspector should place on the fact that it was included, certainly at the Reg 18 stage, as a reasonable alternative for growth for the purpose of the sustainability appraisal?
For testing alternatives, a reasonable alternative does not necessarily guarantee that it's suitable. It's about testing and understanding through the sustainability appraisal. That's a plan making exercise, and particularly at the Reg 18 stage, and this is something that I touch on at my paragraphs 634 and 635, that in actual fact, the site as referenced 0783C and D were both considered to be unsuitable according to the land availability assessment, but given the scale of housing need at the time of that Regulation 18 consultation, they were put forward as potential alternatives as a way of meeting certain scales of need. For the purposes of the consultation, that's what it was and that's what it is. I think it's important to understand then that where the need is now slightly less than it was, there's the opportunity for the council to look at it again and consider whether what it has assessed as an unsuitable site is reasonable to put forward into a consultation or Regulation 19 publication plan.
And they weren't included in that Reg 19 draft that was initially prepared and was then consideration which was then delayed. Is that right?
So in a world where the public Regulation 19 draft hasn't been published, I don't think that's an appropriate thing to be asking the witness. I mean, if the witness has secret knowledge, that's one thing, but this is a public inquiry. If we're going to answer that question, we need to be able to see what the Regulation 19 draft says. Well,
I'm just taking. So Mr. Brown's interrupted me, but the evidence at 635, Mr. Canavan, I'm just reading that. These sites were not included in the latest draft of the local plan that was due to be considered by the council in September. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Canavan?
It is. It's fair to say that plan was withdrawn and it hasn't been considered by Cabinet, but because of the SA and HRA issues we've mentioned, but the site wasn't included as a potential allocation in that. And it was public because it was a paper presented to Cabinet on the website.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Brown's interrupted me in your examination chief, but has Mr. Hume written to you since you published this brief to ask for that draft?
No.
Now, just turning to the benefits of the scheme. We've obviously looked at the housing supply, the shortfall, and you've acknowledged that as a significant shortfall. So you'd also acknowledge that as the provision of housing in this particular location and the contribution to make out that shortfall as a benefit. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
And just to summarise, in terms of the other benefit, the weights to be attached to that provision of housing, I don't think there's any dispute between you and Mr. Hume. You
substantial give it benefit, yes.
Substantial weight, and we can see your conclusions on the balance at 7, or really from 710 through to 719. Well, actually 721. I won't ask you to read all of that, because we can take that as read. But could you just highlight where you and Mr. Hume disagree in terms of other benefits that the scheme or that the appellant is proposing that this scheme will deliver? I think that if it assists, it might be that around about 717 and 718 there seems to be a disagreement, and
yes, I mean,
environmental.
Yes, what I'm saying is that we agree that substantial benefit can be afforded to both the social and economic benefits. That's agreed. What I have identified and should be borne in mind whilst there are substantial benefits is that the development itself requires some of this benefit to be a mitigation, or the benefit is required as a result of this development. So the school, the open space, the local shops, these are benefits, yes, to both the existing and future community, but because there's going to be a future community, there needs to be a greater capacity. So that needs to be borne in mind. but it's not to denigrate the benefits. And the same is, and where I identify a tempering of the economic benefits is in their temporary nature when it comes to construction. And I must say, but I agree with the full-time jobs and income generated. But again, noting, of course, that the assessments in the environmental statement are of 800 houses. I mean, it's not going to reduce the expenditure a great deal, but if there's 16 fewer houses, there'll be a little bit less money spent, but that's not going to be significant. I haven't considered the new homes bonus and council tax increases to be benefits because they're not a material consideration, because there's no mechanism or guarantee that they will be spent to the benefit of people associated with this development.
And just to clarify, at 718, you talk about provision of landscaping open spaces to make development acceptable in planning terms and mitigate adverse impacts. Therefore, these benefits are somewhat reduced. I mean, you've heard the discussion over, just to be clear, you've heard the discussion which I've had with Mr. Allen over the difference between mitigation and advancing of benefits.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
what in terms of could you just clarify in terms of the weight to be attached to provision of landscaping and open spaces? Well, I mean, what weight are you suggesting should be attached to that? Or
I think they come with some benefit to recreation and recreation to the new community. In and of themselves, they would be a limited, maybe a moderate benefit. But I think in terms of the overall social benefits, that's, I'm still saying that there's overall there is substantial weight can be given to those benefits as a whole, but individually that would be less.
So and just to be clear, I think I'd say that's what you mean at 719. These benefits of substantial weight, that's referring to the benefits as a whole. You're
yes.
not saying the provision of landscaping is
no.
The benefits of substantial weight.
No.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Now, very briefly, before I hand you over to Mr. Brown and to the inspector, no doubt to ask questions. Do you recall the inspector asked Mr. Etchells perfectly reasonable question about the fact that the four-storey element of this proposal is included in an indicative, essentially in a parameter plans or an indicative plans, but this is only an outline application.
Yes.
And I discussed with Mr. Etchells the scenario, what would happen if one was to remove or reallocate, drop the height of those buildings and then have to try and reallocate the units somewhere else. I'm not going to ask you about that because that's a matter for landscape evidence. But in terms of the ES and the implications of that, and I think Mr. Etchells said this might be a point for you, so that's why I'm asking you. The building heights, which contains that four-storey element, could you just explain how was that part of the ES, and what would be the implications of deciding this or determining this application on the basis of or an assumption that four-storey buildings are not going to be aren't acceptable but could be lowered, or the parameter plan could be lowered to address that? Could you just explain how that would fit in with the environmental statement and what's been consulted on?
Yes, well, the short answer is we don't know what the impact of that would be. And as part of the environmental statement, which is CD 1.32, I believe, yes, there is an appendix 5.3, which is a building heights plan. And so the assessments made in the environmental statement are on the basis of a development that has buildings up to 4 stories, and so the impacts and the benefits have not been considered of a lesser scheme, in story height and where resultant development might end up. None of that's been assessed, but what has been assessed is a development up to 4 stories. So it's embedded within the environmental statement, so the whole assessment would need to be considered again.
Thank you. And in terms of just another point that was, I think this is in Mr. Hume's main evidence, where he makes a point about the 2019 SHLA indicating that in relation to the East Hill site 783C, I think there was no conclusion that there would be an adverse landscape impact. You heard what Mr. Etchells had to say about that. I mean, could you just clarify why that assessment doesn't refer to landscape impact? To be able to get to the bottom.
Yes. So overnight took instruction, had discussion with the council, and it appears that there's been a typographical error, a publication error, where 783C and D have essentially been transposed. So the evidence, so it should be that C is unsuitable for landscape turns and D is unsuitable for flood risk. Now, there are two places one can look to corroborate, if you like, this as an approach. One is in the 2018 SHLA, where 783C is identified as unsuitable because of landscape impacts.
No,
but equally,
you mentioned the 2018 SHLA,
yes.
And I think it suggests it wasn't publicly available. Is that document publicly available?
It's publicly available. It's on the way. Yes, and I apologise. It's not a core document, but it is publicly available on the same site on the same web pages as the 2015, 2017, and 2019 land availability assessments, which are part of this core document, the inquiry's core documents. But equally, if one turns up the environmental statement, so this is actually CD 1.38, where flooding and flood risk is considered. Let me just get that myself. And if one turns to pages 6 and 7 of the document, or pages 14 and 15 on the PDF, you can see where the flood risk is, and it's clearly in the bottom half of the site. Indeed, the inspector identified the potential need for sequential testing where the flood risk was, and that is not in 783C at the top of the hill. The references, the map to see where the sites are, is in the 2015 SHLA, which I'm just struggling to find, which the 2015 SHLA is CD 1020.
Thank you. Just checking if there are any other points that were raised in examination chief or cross-examination today that needs to put to you. Now, I think that that covers it all. I won't ask you to read your conclusions in terms of conflict with development plan. That's all taken as read, and your approach to the planning balance 731, 732. Thank you very much, Mr. Canavan. I've got no further questions for you, so I have no further questions for this witness in chief.
Okay, Mr. Neal. Mr. Brown, do you want to commence to cross-examine?
Yes, sir. If I can make a start, that'd be helpful. If I look for a convenient moment at about 3:30, sir, would that be sensible in terms of breaking things up for the day? Right. Okay. Mr. Canavan, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brown.
Can I start just by clearing the field, one or two things that I think are not in dispute? First of all, you've been very helpful in indicating that reason for refusal 3 is now subject to the imposition of a condition attached to a parameters plan. That's been agreed, and I think it's clear from what you've said that the mechanism for doing that is one that you've been able to discuss with the appellant, that there's both sides agree there is a way of doing that. Yes?
Yes, as far as I understand, yes, and we may return to that tomorrow, no doubt.
I just want to be clear about where that gets us, because certainly reason for refusal 3 was the primary, or one of the key policies cited in that was BNE2. And if we just look at your overall conclusion, 728, you say, for the avoidance of doubt, you find little or no conflict with BNE2 because it relates primarily to the amenity of neighbouring properties.
Yes.
Strictly speaking, BNE2 wasn't only cited in reason for refusal 3, it was recited in all 3 of the reasons. But as I understand your 7.28, what you're saying there is that wherever it occurred, the conflict with it, you believe, has gone or been removed by the removal of development from the vicinity of Carlton Crescent. Is that right?
Yes, because the amenity protection there was focused on the existing.
So BNE2 not in issue for any of the 3 reasons for refusal anymore.
No.
Good, thank you. Second, you've been helpful. I was going to ask you about it, but you've confirmed it. Policy L9, no conflict with that. I mean, that again is cited in the reasons for refusal, but I take it you're happy for the inspector to strike out that reference effectively, yes?
Yes, my view there is that the policy looks to maintain the existence of the country park. The policy doesn't consider the setting of it, and so therefore. No
Thank you. That's very helpful. Third, I wanted to ask you a little bit about your paragraph 7.6, where you set out the general principle that it's in the public interest to have a plan-led system. And paragraph 7.11, you say, contrary to the public interest in having plan-led decisions, which should be given some weight. I just wanted to explore that with you. I mean, first of all, just to be absolutely clear, I don't believe it's any part of the council's case or your evidence that permission should be refused on the grounds of prematurity.
No, it's not.
Good, thank you. So when you refer to the plan-led system, are you talking about the existing plan rather than the emerging one? Yes.
Yes, I am. Yes.
And so to the extent that there's a benefit in the plan-led system, the inspector has to judge that by reference to the plan we've got.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
Good.
Yes.
We know, don't we, in that context, local authorities are supposed to have in place an up-to-date development plan.
Yes.
And certainly under current policy, the normal period for that would be 15 years. Yes.
Yes.
And with an expectation that those plans be reviewed every 5 years. Yes.
Correct.
Now, we know in the present case, the plan that we've got was written to cover the period up to 2006. Yeah.
Yes.
The plan made no provision, no positive provision for meeting needs beyond that period, did it, in terms of allocations?
No. I beg your pardon, no.
Yeah. And so instead of having a plan to cover the 15-year period 2006 to today, we've had 15 years in which there has been no plan, correct?
No.
Well, no up-to-date plan.
No up-to-date plan. The policies were saved in 2007, and I believe this has already been covered. That the intention there was that they would be reviewed, but no. Given that caveat, I agree with you. Yes, no up-to-date plan.
There have in fact been attempts to review the plan since 2007, haven't there?
Yes.
The first one, I think I'm right in saying, founded in 2007, when the local plan examiner found it unsound.
Yes.
And that history repeated itself in 2013, didn't it?
Yes.
We'll come back to reasons. I want to ask you about Hoo Peninsula a little later on, but and then we've now got, so effectively the council's now on its third go at producing a new local plan. I think the earlier ones were called strategies, but we'll call it a local plan. We understand what we're talking about.
Yes.
And that at the moment has stalled because the council's decided to delay the publication of the Reg 19 draft. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And you've indicated at the moment your understanding is the council's hoping to get it out in early in the new year.
Yes, that's my understanding. Yes.
Okay, but the reasons behind that decision you've outlined, council's still awaiting information in relation to the sustainability appraisal and the evidence base?
It was in September, yes.
Yes. All right. Okay. Good. Thank you. Let's just then think about where we are at the moment in terms of the existing plan. In the 15 years since 2006, the housing requirement has almost doubled, hasn't it?
Yes.
I mean, if we look at the 2003 plan, we can see it was predicated on an annual requirement of 867 dwellings a year. Yes.
Yes.
And the council at the moment, the latest AMR, we know the figure is 1586.
Yes.
So not quite double, but getting on towards that kind of territory. Yeah. We also know Common Ground Council can't demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, but it would be right, wouldn't it, to note that that is not just a recent problem. It's been the situation for some time now.
Yes, that's agreed. Yes.
I mean, if we don't necessarily need to, we can turn it up if you want to, but I try and avoid taking time if it's not necessary. If we go back to Gibraltar Farm, that was the original Gibraltar Farm. That was an inquiry that took place in October 2016, 5 years ago. And if one surf your note, it's paragraph 20 of the inspector's report. At that stage, a 5-year housing land supply of between 2.2 and 2.8 years at that stage. Are you aware, Mr. Canavan, of any point in time since the publication of the first NPPF at which the council has been able to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply?
No.
No. And certainly from the period from Gibraltar Farm to present day, it's been a position, hasn't it, consistently of a significant shortfall?
It has. It's gone up a bit, but yeah. Yes, it's still significant.
Yeah. And also in relation to the housing delivery test, we've got Common Ground. The last 3 years, it's at 55%. And you've helpfully told us that there's no update on that yet. So that's the only figure that we've got. It's right also in terms of for how long this has been a problem. It's right, isn't it, that effectively for every year since 2010, the council's failed to meet its housing targets. If we turn up Mr. Hume's paragraph, go to his proof of evidence.
Yes.
We look at his paragraph 6.16.
Yes,
and
yes,
I know as a trigger for paragraph 11, the housing development test itself has only been there relatively recently. But if we look at table 2.11 in Mr. Hume's evidence, we can see from 2010 through to 2020, for every year, there's been a shortfall in housing completions. And we can see for some years the scale of that, shortfalls of 435, 517, 447, figures in the 300s. Yes.
Yes.
Those are not just near misses, are they? Those are very significant shortfalls. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
And on that basis, leaving aside where we are today, can we agree that the situation in relation to 5-year housing land supply and housing delivery is not just one of failure, but of persistent failure?
Yes, it's failure over the last 10 years. But I would say again, though, that the council it's not sitting on its hands. It doesn't wear it as a badge of honour. It is trying to make decisions on suitable sites, those that I've listed, and it is trying to make a positive approach to its local plan. But I would agree that there is 10 years there where it hasn't been met. So,
and I'm sure the council would have said that throughout most of the last 10 years. But the fact of the matter is, it hasn't managed to do it, has it?
No.
And can you and I agree that one of the key reasons why it has not had a 5-year housing land supply, one of the key reasons why it's fallen behind in terms of housing delivery, is the fact that it does not have and has not had an up-to-date local plan which allocates sufficient sites?
which allocates sufficient sites, yes.
Yeah. On that basis, can you and I agree that the plan-led system in Medway has failed?
I think it can. I'll agree to the point that it needs, as I said before, this step change, which requires allocations and requires significant work to help deliver it. I would say that it can still work because decisions are still being made in accordance with the extant plan, or where they're not, where benefits outweigh the harms. So I'll agree with you as far as it's failed and it hasn't identified new allocations, but I think the policies in the plan are still capable of being used to determine applications.
Well, okay, let me rephrase it. The plan-led system has failed to deliver housing at the level that has been needed for a period of at least 10 years.
Yes, I can agree with that.
Yeah. All right. Okay. On that basis, I mean, when you refer to the public interest in the plan-led system, can we agree that in terms of the inspector's decision, the weight that he should place on it, bearing in mind the plan-led system hasn't produced what Medway needs, it's a matter on which he should place very little weight in this case?
I think so, yes, but I don't think I was trying to put a great deal of weight to it. I was suggesting that there's a strategy within the local plan, extant local plan, which identifies the most sustainable places for growth, and that's as far as it goes. So that's the point that I was making. Well, I apologise, did you say very little weight? I think I would say little or maybe moderate, depending on the specificity. Yeah, I would agree that it's definitely limited.
Okay, well, yes. Can I ask you next a little bit about the council's aspirations in relation to who? As matters stand, the sites that the council has in mind lie beyond the settlement bound, the existing urban boundary as defined on. Yep. So development of them would be contrary to policy S1 BNE 25 in exactly the same way that you say development of the appeal site is contrary to those policies.
Yes. Apart from the fact that, as I say, that specific mention of Capstan and Darland in S1.
Okay. And can we agree also that as matters stand today, and without the very considerable infrastructure that the HIF bid was intended to help with, but unless and until that infrastructure is provided, who is currently not a sustainable location in terms of access to services, facilities, employment, or public transport?
I think it's at the scale that's envisaged, because there is employment on Who, there is public transport. So you could deliver some development on Who that is sustainable. It's about, again, you're going to get bored of hearing me say step change, but it's about that increased housing need, meeting that challenge. And that requires infrastructure or engagement with infrastructure provision. And that's why the HIF is there. So to sort of disaggregate them in that way is not necessarily fair, because they will come together. But as it stands today, without that infrastructure, that level of growth couldn't happen on Who. It needs that infrastructure to make it happen.
Yeah, and
that level.
Yeah, and indeed that level of growth. I mean, for example, we'll look at policy S2 in detail a little bit later on, but one of the things we know, it's got a sort of sequential approach, looking for the most sustainable settlements after brownfield sites.
Yes.
At the moment, without that new infrastructure, I mean, I'm not saying there aren't one or two smaller sites in Who that you couldn't bring forward, but in terms of meeting the level of need that needs to be met, you couldn't do that at Who without conflict with S2 at present, could you?
Again, you'd have to, well, again, because that level of growth doesn't come without the infrastructure. It comes with the HIF infrastructure together, and that package then would be a sustainable location. So it creates a sustainable location, and therefore it would be. But again, yeah, so that it's the benefits that brings would.
But if we contrast that with the appeal site, it's in the statement of common ground, paragraph 3.1. It's in your proof of evidence. it's common ground that the appeal site is already currently reasonably well connected to services, employment facilities, and public transport links. Yes.
Yes.
I mean, if you were engaged in a beauty contest at the moment between the appeal site and most of the area of who that the council is looking to, and you're judging it on the basis of access to services, employment, and public transport links, the appeal site comes out ahead, doesn't it?
I'd be writing a local plan if I was doing that, but I mean, yes, as you say, the access to the facilities and services there, they exist in the surrounding area, and they do exist on who as well. So again, at a scale commensurate with what's being proposed here, you could achieve that on who, but I would agree that the scale that's required at who requires the HIF, and that's a point I've already made.
Okay. I'll come back to who a little bit later, but that's if I just pause there on for the moment on that. Can I then sort of just going back to the discussion we had about 5-year housing land supply and where that takes us? We know that it's common ground. The presumption in favour of sustainable development is engaged. Yes.
Yes.
And I know. I mean, when the inspector set out his key issues at the start, the second one he prefaced with the words "if the presumption is engaged, whether." But I mean, there is no "if" in this case, is there, on anybody's analysis? Thank you. And if we remind ourselves of the words of the NPPF in paragraph 11, policies which are most important. If you want to turn up paragraph 11, please do, Mr. Canavan.
Whilst it is obviously imprinted on my brain, I will. Sorry.
Yeah. CD 1012 for those who don't have their own personal autographed copy. Paragraph 11, we're into 11C for decision taking. This means, and then where where there are no relevant development plan policies, or the policies which are most important for determining the application are out of date. And that bit, policies that are most important are out of date, is footnoted, and we're told it includes the cases where you don't have the 5-year housing land supply or meet the housing delivery test. So just looking at paragraph 11D, would it be fair to conclude, given where we are on 5-year housing land supply, that the policies that are most important are out of date?
Given the 5-year land supply is, and that's the exercise that then go through, because we need to consider the conformity with national policy and everything else as well. But at one point is agreed, yes.
Yeah, and that doesn't mean that we don't look at other policies, but if the most important policies are out of date, then by definition, the other policies must be less important. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Yeah, good, thank you. All right, and in terms of the caveats that we've got, just to be clear about where we are in 11C, the presumption applies unless either 1 or 2, Little Roman 1 or Little Roman 2 is satisfied. There's no suggestion that we are within 1, I don't believe. We're not a footnote 7 site, so that the test the inspector needs to apply is the one in D2, yes?
Yes, so significantly demonstrably, yes.
Yeah. And just looking at that, can we agree, Mr. Canavan, the NPPF recognises in that there may be some adverse impacts?
Yes.
I mean, we're not looking for a situation where there is no harm.
No.
Not even no harm when assessed by reference to the policies in the NPPF. There can be such harm. The question is where does the balance lie? Yes?
That is correct. Yes, I agree.
Okay. And in terms of the way it's put, quite clear, and the whole point about the presumption, the starting point, you grant permission, that the inspector needs to be satisfied the benefits, the harm not just outweighs, but significantly and demonstrably outweighs the benefits. Yeah. Indeed. So there needs to be clear blue water there. Yes.
It needs to be significant and demonstrable. Yes.
Yeah. All right. Now, in terms of the policies in this case, we looked yesterday with Mr. Etchells at the saving direction. It's CD 1014. I wonder if I could ask you just to turn that up briefly, please.
Yes.
10.14.
Sorry, wait a second.
10, 14. It's all right. Take your time. Let me know when you're there.
10, 14. Just download it, test the Wi-Fi of the council. Do you know what? That was pretty quick. So yes, I have it up.
Good, thank you. If we're looking, well, I'm on the first page of the letter. The fourth paragraph starts the extension of saved policies listed. You see that?
Yes.
Doesn't indicate the Secretary of State would endorse those policies if presented to her as new policy. It is intended to ensure the continuity in the plan-led system and a stable planning framework locally, and in particular, a continual supply of land. Yes?
Yes.
And I think the one thing that we can agree is, bearing in mind where we are with 5-year housing land supply and housing delivery, saving those policies has not ensured a continual supply of land, has it?
Not a sufficient supply of land, if I could put it like that. I mean, as I said before, decisions have been made. The supply position is getting better, but it isn't 5 years. So I would agree that it hasn't delivered sufficiently.
Yeah. Bearing in mind the purpose of saving them was to ensure a continual supply, can we agree that one should, wherever possible, apply the policies in a way which would seek to achieve the Secretary of State's intention?
And I think that's what the plan does. It looks to allow development where its benefits outweigh its harms, particularly BNE 34 in this instance, and the council continues to do that. So yes, I agree.
Okay, and while we're here, can we just turn the page on the letter? The last paragraph before the table. Following 27th of September, the extended policies should be read in context where they were adopted some time ago. It's likely material considerations, emergence of new national and regional policy, also new evidence will be afforded considerable weight. In particular, we draw your attention to the importance of reflecting in policy PBS 3, homes for the future, more affordable homes, more sustainable, in relevant decisions. So one of the matters which we plainly need, if we're reading this in context, we ought to be reading it in the context of an NPPF, which has significantly ramped up, hasn't it, the importance of meeting housing needs?
It has over PPS 3, yes, and I think it also needs to be read in the context of the conformity exercises that are undertaken in evidence to show where policies do conform, particularly with paragraph 174.
Good. All right. Well, in that case, can we go and look at some of the policies and possibly along the way carry out a little of the exercise that you've just referred to, Mr. Canavan? I'm going now to CD 10.2, the local plan. And I'm going to start with policy S1 on page 12 of the printed version. I think it's 19 if you're working off the PDF from the website.
I've got it on page 30 from the PDF, but it doesn't matter.
It is like the London plan. It varies with which version you look at.
Sorry,
All right,
I have S1 in front of me.
Now, this is a policy that you say should be given moderate weight. That's the point you made in your evidence in chief. It's also your paragraph 5.8.
Yes.
And I think in both your proof and in your oral evidence, you acknowledged that in that regard, the Pump Lane inspector and the Secretary of State at Pump Lane gave it only limited weight. Yes.
Yes.
We can turn it up, but that was paragraph 12.228 of the inspector's report there.
Yes.
Now, as I understand it, you're not saying that the Pump Lane inspector was wrong, but you're saying this is a slightly different case. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I want to see if we can just tease that through then. I think for that purpose, we do need to go to Pump Lane, which is it 24 or is it, I can't remember. Yes, it is. 10.24.
Yep.
And I wonder if we can start, first of all, with section 7 of the inspector's report, which is the section in which inspector summarises the council's case as it was put. Yes. And if you go to page 133 of the inspector's report, or if you're doing it by paragraph numbers, 7.221.
Yes.
And bearing in mind, this is setting out the council's position. Starting point, breach of S1. Location where it's not in circumstances where it's not, it doesn't fall within any of the appropriate uses defined by the policy, also renders it in conflict with BNE 25. But then, and again, this is the council's position that's being recorded here. However, given the housing land supply position, and specifically the requirement to develop greenfield sites in order to meet housing need, these breaches are considered to carry limited weight. As Mr. Canavan explained, the council wouldn't refuse otherwise sustainable development on this basis alone. So both you and the council at that stage, in that case, took the view that it should have limited weight, yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and I think, sorry if I may, I think that the discussion, and that still is the position that otherwise sustainable development on greenfield sites could be given consent. I think what we spent a lot of time looking at Pump Lane was the housing number and the extent housing, not the requirement, the housing target as was set out, and that the plan for S1 was about delivering that housing target. And so I've reflected on that and I've thought about it, and I think that S1 is more than just delivering a housing number, but I'm not suggesting I've changed my view in terms of development on greenfield sites might be required, because it is to meet the needs, but I think it's more that S1 is about more than just that, and that's my reflection on that, is that it's still capable of carrying moderate weight. Anyway, sorry,
no.
Set off on a thought train there.
That's right. No, well, it's that bit that I need to ask you about. Now, okay. I don't know how difficult it is for you to keep two things open at once. If you're doing it electronically, it may be a problem. If it's possible for you to keep 10.2 far to hand for the moment, please do. But I just want to dip back into the policy itself to start with, and just see where we go in terms of conflict and the areas where of the bits of the policy on which you think it's appropriate to place weight.
Yes.
Now, first of all, if we look at policy S1, the first paragraph, the strategy is to prioritise reinvestment in the urban fabric, include redevelopment, recycling of underused land, with a focus on Medway Riverside areas and so on. Yeah. Now, in this case, I mean, we're obviously not reinvesting in the urban fabric. We're not redeveloping or recycling underused land. But as I understand it, the council recognises that it's not going to meet its housing needs by doing that.
No.
And also, the release of a greenfield site, whether it's the appeal site or anywhere else, is not going to inhibit the council's desire to see brownfield sites redeveloped.
No.
So can we agree either no conflict with S1, or if and to the extent that there is, it's a conflict to which no weight should be attached?
Well, no, because I think we need to look at the final part of S1, which is outward.
Sorry, I meant the first paragraph. Yeah, that. No. I meant sorry, my mistake. I mean, there's no out and out conflict with that first paragraph, is there? No.
Sorry, I apologise. No, there's not. Well, right. Yeah.
Second paragraph, land use and transport will be closely integrated, priority given to a range of new and improved transport facilities, including facilities for walking, cycling and public transport. I don't understand there to be any suggestion that we conflict with that part either.
No.
Thank you. Third part, strategic and economic development provision will be made both within the urban area and at Kings North and Grain. We're not strategic economic development provision.
No.
So I don't know, you can either say not relevant or no conflict, but it's, yeah, good. And then in recognition of their particular quality, long-term protection will be afforded to areas of international, national, or other strategic importance for nature conservation and landscape.
Yes.
And then historic built development and historic dockyards. Now, we're plainly not historic built development, historic dockyard.
No.
We're not international, national nature conservation or landscape.
No.
And in terms of strategic landscape, I mean, the SLA might be a strategic landscape designation, but the alley is a local landscape designation, isn't it?
It's a local landscape designation, but I think that the final paragraph.
Well, I haven't got to the final paragraph.
No, I
yet.
know, but I think that the two are linked, and I think that the open heartland that's referred to in that final paragraph also refers to the strategic importance of that landscape to Medway. I think, you know, that's the, you know, it's strategically important because this plan covers just the Medway area, and that the strategic importance of the alleys is strategic in terms in the context of the local plan.
All right. So from that, I get the sense that you keep a foot in the argument that there's a conflict with that the long-term protection to strategic landscape.
Yes.
But that your basis for that is the last paragraph. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So and it's the last paragraph that in your evidence in chief you particularly focused on, and in particular you referred entirely understandably to the last sentence: the open heartland of Medway at Capstan and Darland will be given long-term protection. And as I may have misunderstood your evidence, but as I heard it, I think what you were saying was that it was really this, which was the key, the fact there's a specific reference here that was the key reason for your decision to afford this policy moderate weight, even though at Pump Lane it was only afforded limited weight. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
All right. Can we just?
Mr. Brown, sorry to interrupt. I lost connection just for a few seconds, and I missed the point that was being made about reference to strategic, and I didn't hear what Mr. Canavan said about that. So indeed yourself. Sorry.
It's probably fairest to ask Mr. Canavan to, rather than my putting words in his mouth. So, Mr. Canavan, do you just want to recap on that?
In a nutshell, alleys can be strategic within the context of the plan area, which is Medway. Although you've frozen again, I think.
Yes, you've frozen on my screen as well, sir. Can you hear us, sir? Sir, I'm afraid we've lost you, both audibly and in terms of, well, we can see you, but you're frozen on our screen.
Mr. Neil appears to be working as well.
Yeah, mine works. I can still hear you both.
Yeah. I'm pleased it's not, I'm not pleased for the inspector, but I'm pleased it's not just me.
I think he's dialing back in.
I apologise. I lost connectivity. I'm back now. Everybody hear me?
Yes, we can. Although I seem to be looking at somebody's shared screen at the moment. I can see myself twice.
Yeah. I think someone's sharing, has got a screen sharing function on. Oh, yeah.
Ah, there we go.
That might have been me by mistake. I don't know how. I don't even know how I did that, if I did. But if it stopped, then
it has.
I only missed a bit. You were talking about policy S1 and reference to the criterion 1 and strategic, and then I lost you. So you might want to just go over that quickly, if that's okay.
Yes, no, I was saying in a nutshell, alleys in the context of Medway, which is the plan area covered by policy S1, can be strategic in nature. It's that context. And Mr. Brown described that as a foot in the door of that element of the policy.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And so from there, I was just going to go on and I think Mr. Canavan and I, from there, we'd agreed that he keeps a foot in the argument that this is a strategic landscape, but that was pinned to the last part of policy S1. Yes. And so I was going to go on from there, Mr. Canavan, and ask you about the point that you explained in your oral evidence in chief, that one of the reasons why you attached greater weight to policy S1 in this case than Pump Lane was because of the specific reference at the end of S1 to the open heartland of the Medway and Capstan and Darlan. Yes.
Yes.
And in order to do that, can we just note also that immediately before that sentence, there is one outward peripheral expansion onto fresh land, particularly to the north and east of Gillingham, will be severely restricted. Yes?
Yes.
So there's another similar specific reference at the end of S1, isn't there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. With that in mind, can we go back to the Pump Lane decision, please? And if we go back to the paragraph that we were looking at previously, which is 7.221. And we can see, can't we, from the second sentence there, that although that wasn't a case that involved Capstan and Darland, it was a case which involved expansion onto the fresh land to the east of Gillingham. Yes?
Yes. Yes.
So it also was a case that was caught by the specific references at the end of S1. But despite that, in that case, you and the council were both of the view that it should only attract limited weight.
Yes, I think the particular circumstances there was that in the written evidence, I identified that element of the policy, and then in cross-examination, for want of a better explanation, I forgot that element. And so on reflection, I think, you know, I've got nothing more than just reflecting on it, that I think it could be moderate weight, but I recognise that that is accepted there, and that whilst greenfield land is required, I think that the specific elements of policy S1 could be afforded moderate weight, but I would accept that limited is what has been found on the same basis.
So to be clear, is the position that you've just explained not that there is a difference between this case and Pump Lane? Your explanation now is that the evidence you gave at Pump Lane was wrong. Not wrong. If it was right, then it has limited weight, doesn't it?
Yes.
So which is it, Mr. Canavan?
I think on reflection, it is capable of having moderate weight. But
so the evidence you gave at Pump Lane was wrong. Is that what you're telling the inspector?
I think that in cross-examination, I forgot that what I had written in my written evidence. So in the written evidence, it was there as capable of carrying moderate weight, but in cross-examination, I agreed that expansion into fresh land, greenfield sites would be required. So it's wrong in that to that extent.
And so the council's position in closing, as recorded in 7221, was also wrong. Is that your evidence? Because it's not just there as you explaining. This is set out as part of the council's case in closing.
I think then that its policy S1 has limited weight.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm very grateful for that. So if that's a convenient moment for you, it's certainly convenient for me. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Brown, how long in terms of a break would you consider?
Well, sir, I'd be happy with 10 minutes if I don't know if Mr. Canavan wants a little longer than that.
No, 10 minutes is fine.
Are you okay with that? In which case we'll adjourn. We'll reconvene at 3:45.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Hello. No, I'm fine, thank you, though.
No worries. I thought I'd double check.
Cheers, mate.
Peter, you're not muted, just so you're aware.
welcome back. Inquiry is now resumed again. Mr. Brown, do you want to continue with your cross-examination?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Canavan, we've been looking at S1. I'd like to move to S2, please, which page 13 of my version of CD 10.2, but you may have a different pagination. You do have a different pagination. We know you do.
Yeah.
Policy S2, if you can find it. Now, on policy S2, there's no dispute between the parties as to the weight that should go to this. What I want to explore with you is what, if any, conflict there might be and where that gets us. Can we just take the policy in reverse, please? It's got three requirement or elements to the development strategy. The last of them, the adoption of a sequential approach to the location of major people and traffic attracting forms of development, including retail, leisure, educational and health facilities. I suppose the first question is, does that bite on housing development in your view? Is that no? So criteria 3 doesn't apply in your view, no conflict with it. Is that fair?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. 2, working our way back up the list, a sustainable approach to the location and mix of new development to provide local communities with a range of facilities, including transport measures to serve development, sensitivity in the use of energy and natural resources. As far as sustainable locations, facilities, transport measures to serve development, there's no reason for refusal in relation to that. So can we say no conflict with 2? Is that?
We can, yes.
Thank you. Good. Which brings us to 1, maintaining and improving environmental quality and design standards. Now, as far as design standards are concerned, if and so far as this scheme is to be approved, can we agree that's something that could be addressed by the Reserved Matters application? Yes?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. So that leaves us with maintaining and improving environmental quality. And I mean, you say, I just want to relate this to your proof of evidence. It's your 6.8 of your proof. You say we don't maintain that through breaching BNE 34. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So clearly you consider there is an element of conflict with S2, but that conflict relates to the associated breach of BNE 34. Yes,
it does. Yes.
And am I right then in thinking that is the limit of your concern under S2?
Yes, it's the BNE 35 isn't the limit. It's the landscape impacts that have been considered and visual impacts that have been considered by Mr. Etchells in his evidence as far as it relates to BNE 35 and also
I think you mean 34 rather than 35, don't you?
Sorry, I apologise. Thank you. Yes, 34 and L10 as
okay.
Well. It's that amenity point that
right.
that we've made.
And now, as far as BNE 34 is concerned, it's, to the extent that the environment that we should be maintaining and improving is the alley, we know that BNE 34 is the policy that deals specifically with an alley. We'll come on and look at it in a moment, but it has certain it's got 2 key criteria that need to be satisfied. Yes. That is the policy that's specific to the alley designation. Yes.
Yes.
Can you and I agree? I mean, obviously, the inspector's got to come to a view about whether we breach or are consistent with BNE 34. And you and I talk about that in a moment. But if the inspector concludes we meet BNE 34, can we agree now that would then overcome or it would address your concern about SE2-1 at the same time?
Not entirely. As I say, I mentioned footpaths and the amenity value of the footpath, and I think this touches a little bit on countryside and the protection of countryside for countryside's sake, but clearly the majority of the concern would be overcome by BNE 34.
Just in terms,
they're linked. So
in terms of the way that you've put it in 6.8, it doesn't maintain it through breaching BNE 34. In that regard, I appreciate you keep a foot in the water of the rights of way policy, and we'll talk about countryside in a moment. But as far as BNE 34 is concerned, if the inspector concludes, contrary to your evidence, that we comply with BNE 34, then that addresses that part of the S2 conflict that you rely on. Yes?
I think, yes, it does, yes.
Good. Okay, thank you. And then in your evidence, you also talk about policy BNE1 in the local plan. And again, just to understand where that gets us, BNE1 is, let me find it in my, right, general principles for built development. The design should be appropriate in relation to character, appearance and functioning of the built natural environment by being satisfactory in terms of scale, use, mass, representing scale, appearance, where appropriate, preventing well-structured, practical and attractive areas of open space. I mean, this is it's an outline application, yes?
Yes.
The details of which have yet to be submitted and agreed. Yeah.
Majority of, yes.
Yeah, subject to the parameter plans, of course.
Yes.
I just want to understand the council's position in relation to this site. Is it that no residential development on this site could satisfy BNE1, or is it that this particular proposal doesn't?
It's this particular proposal, and I think specifically is actually was mentioned, well, I think it was technically this afternoon, but in evidence earlier, where the character of the area was considered, and so you know it should be appropriate in relation to the character, beginning of the paragraph, and then subsection 1 being satisfactory in terms of use, scale and mass. We've got this 4-story element of the scheme, and Mr. Allen accepted that that wasn't in character with the area, so that is a particular issue in the scheme we have in front of us, and that's an issue with BNE1.
Okay, and in terms of, I appreciate that if one looks at BNE1, there are particular references to use, scale, mass, proportion, and those sorts of things. If I pick up Mr. Etchell's proof of evidence, it's not a criticism of him. He doesn't really analyse the landscape impact in BNE1 terms. He tends to look at it more in terms of the broader landscape in BNE 34. It comes back to the question I asked you a moment ago about S2. Provided in looking at BNE 34, we take into account things like scale and mass, is there anything that BNE1 adds to BNE 34?
No, yeah, provided that, yes, I agree.
Yeah, okay, but if one approaches BNE 34 on that basis, if we get through the BNE 34 hurdle, or get over the hurdle, or through the gate, whatever you want to put it, on that basis, would we also address necessarily your concerns about BNE1?
I think the relationship to the character, insofar as it's considered in BNE 34, relates to harms. Here we're talking about appropriate to character, so it's a nuance. It's a very slight nuance, but I think that there is, again, the majority of the concerns are met through considering BNE 34, but there is still that element of how this would fit with the character, and I accept that materials, layout and things will be subject to reserved matters.
Okay, good, thank you, that's helpful. And then BNE2, you've both parties agree on the weight to it, but I think we agreed at the outset that you no longer rely on that in relation to any of the three reasons for refusal, so we can put that to one side. BNE 25, which is the countryside policy, development only permitted in the countryside if, and there are really two stages to it. First of all, it's got to, well, the criterion 1 maintains wherever possible, enhances the character, amenity and functioning of the countryside, and then is either, and we've got the following criteria all relate to a different particular use. Yes.
Yes.
And in essence, if we read the policy as a whole, it's designed, isn't it, to limit development in the countryside to a specific list of types of development and residential development that's not for agriculture is not one of those.
Yes. Yes.
And certainly as far as criteria 2 through to 7 are concerned, as I understand it, you recognise that those are effectively a blanket restriction on residential development in the countryside. They're not consistent with the NPPF.
Yes.
And on those, am I right in thinking you agree that no or limited weight should be given to them?
Yes, and I think just again reflecting on the conversation we had about S1 and my views there, I think what I said in chief, that this is a continuation of that same thread. I think that my view that the moderate weight can be applied here is, I think, whilst I still believe that might be the case, I would like to change that to limited to reflect the Pump Lane decision. So, we've been through the exercise of looking at it, and I accept that whilst I think there could be the argument there, I'm going to change that to limited if that's acceptable.
What, for BNE 25?
Yes.
As a policy.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Canavan, that's very frank and very helpful, and you've just saved me about 3 pages worth of questions. So I'm very grateful for that. Thank you. Let me just see where that gets me. Yeah, okay, thank you. So we can then come to BNE 34. Which is the alley policy, and if we just start by looking at the policy itself, within areas of local landscape importance, development only permitted if the 2 criteria doesn't materially harm the landscape character, economic and social benefits are so important they outweigh, and then development within an area should be sited, design and landscape to minimise the harm to the area's landscape character and function. First of all, I think you were probably listening in when I was asking Mr. Etchells about this yesterday. Were you?
Yes. Yes.
So I think the first thing, he agreed with me that unlike BNE 33 on special landscape areas, which does specifically require preserve and enhance, there's no requirement in BNE 34 to do that. And I think that's clear from the amendments you made to your main proof at the outset. So you would agree with that. Thank you. And that was, I think, the correction you made, first of all, to 613 of your proof, and there was another paragraph that you picked up as we went along as well.
522. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And in terms of the second limb, the balance, economic and social benefits are so important they outweigh the local priority to conserve the landscape. Can I just ask where you see, if we're looking at consistency with the NPPF, where you see this fitting alongside the paragraph 11 presumption? Now, the way BNE 34 is worded is economic and social benefits are so important that they outweigh the priority to conserve the landscape. Yes. The NPPF is that the harm has to clearly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. There's a balance implicit in both of them, isn't there? But the NPPF balance effectively starts from the presumption in favour, and the harm has to clearly outweigh, whereas BNE 34 is worded in terms which suggest that it's the economic and social benefits that have to be so important.
Yes. Yes.
Now, I think you and I will certainly agree that the inspector has to conduct a balance.
Yes.
Can we agree that if BNE 34 is going to be applied in a way that's consistent with the NPPF, the starting point and who needs to establish clear blue water over the other should be done in accordance with paragraph 11 rather than the precise wording of BNE 34?
The housing need is the first element, yes.
And OK, so when the inspector looks at BNE 34, you're content, are you, for him to look at it through the lens of paragraph 11 of the NPPF, that the way in which the balance is phrased there?
Yes, because the balancing exercise need to be undertaken, the harms need to be understood, and they need to be balanced against sorry, the housing requirement needs to be balanced against the harms. I think that and for what it's worth, I think the conclusion would be the same. But I'm happy for the inspector to undertake the exercise.
All right, thank you. We'll come to benefits in a moment, but in terms of the harm and how one weights that, we know in terms of paragraph 174, weight commensurate with the status of the valued landscape. We know the alley is a local landscape. Can you and I agree that that of itself tells the inspector something about the weight that it should be given, that it's at the lower end of the designated?
I think I would agree that it's at that lower end of the scale. I think that the consideration is of the harms, not necessarily of the landscape identified, because protecting and enhancing valued landscapes is what it says, and then I think one needs to look at the level of harm that counts more than perhaps where the site lies in that, because if the level of harm is such, even though it's a lower level, I think I'm sorry, that's a very long way of agreeing with you, but it's the level of harm can still be substantial even if it's a lower end of the scale. But
we can have I've had a discussion with Mr. Etchells about where he pitches levels of harm and the basis on which he comes to it overall. But you may have something which significantly harms a local landscape area, and you could have something which significantly harms, for example, an AONB. Yes.
But then that you wouldn't be in the world of paragraph 11.
No. You weren't. Well, that yes, okay. Yeah, understood. But the weight that you would attach to significant harm to an AONB would be greater than the harm you would attach to the weight you'd attach to significant harm to an alley, wouldn't it?
Yes, but as I say, would be on a different exercise. But
the inspector has to come to a view about how harmful it is. But even then, in terms of the balancing exercise, he's got to the weight that he attaches to it should be commensurate with the status of the alley as a local designation.
I think that's reasonable, yes, and as is shown at in the Pump Lane decision, for example, substantial weight can be given to harm to alley.
Good, thank you very much. That's helpful. And in that overall balancing exercise, ultimately what we're looking at is whether development in the alley in this particular area is justified. Can we agree that it is relevant to have regard to other strategic policies of the plan to the extent that they are consistent with the NPPF?
Yes.
So, for example, S2, we've seen the emphasis on, or if you read S1 and S2 together, they're starting out within the urban area brownfield sites. But once you go beyond that, we're looking for sustainable locations, even though they may be beyond the boundary. That would still be an important consideration for the inspector, wouldn't it? If you've got to breach the boundaries, and we know that we do, looking for a sustainable location would be part of one of the things that you take into account in deciding whether it's legitimate to go into the alley.
Yes, indeed, and that's indeed something that the council has done.
Yeah. Okay. It's right, isn't it? I don't think we've actually. I did ask if we could have. I don't think it ever got there. A copy of the proposals map in the core documents, but. If you know where to find one, please tell me, because I haven't succeeded at the moment. But it's something that's referred to in a number of places in the evidence, and indeed in probably most of the inspector's appeal decisions, that there's something like, I think it's 16 alleys that are designated in the local plan. Yes.
Yes.
And if the inspector were to see those on a proposals map, they effectively surround most of the built up urban area of the main urban parts of Medway, don't they?
and it highlights the particular and they highlight the particular value of the alleys as their amenity value, their green lung value, as described in the plan.
But in ordinary terms, if one was looking for a sustainable site that's outside the urban area, I mean, I'm not saying there are no other sites that might perform better, but generally speaking, you'd be looking at an urban extension so that you can bolt on to the existing shops, facilities, schools, and public transport, wouldn't you? And
that's the exercise that's undertaken in plan making to compare those and look at where the harms are, and that's the point of BNE 34, to say, you know, what are the harms, and are they do the needs, do the economic and social benefits outweigh those harms? That's the exercise that's undertaken in that policy, and it gives you the opportunity to do that again, which the council has done. So yes.
But that is, isn't it, one of the, if you like, the tensions in the 2003 local plan, is that policies S1 and S2 indicate a sort of sequential approach where once you've used up everything within the urban boundary, you look to the most sustainable sites. But the alley is actually a designation that is laid over nearly all the urban extensions that might be the next most sustainable option.
But the exercise of designating the alley looked at the values of having them there and the balancing exercise. So I think that there are. You said virtually all. I think there are alternatives that wouldn't be, but we're not in that world. We're not looking at alternatives. We're looking at the scheme that's in front of us, and it's in an alley and harms the functions of it.
Yeah, but I mean, well, okay, all right. No, I put the point, and I won't take up more time with it at the moment. Yeah, okay, thank you. That's good. We can turn from that. Can I ask you a little bit about L10, please? Public rights of way.
Yes.
We can just turn up the policy. So L10, development which would prejudice the amenity or result in the diversion, closure of existing public rights of way won't be permitted unless an acceptable alternative route. Aside from a possibly temporary diversion or closure during construction, we're not in that territory.
No, we're not.
So to the extent that there is any conflict with L10, it's presumably in terms of prejudicing the amenity. Is that fair?
That's correct, yes.
I note the way that you've put it in your paragraph 6.82, the way you describe it, there is some conflict.
Yes.
And I assume that slightly nuanced statement is deliberate. Yes.
It is.
I mean, you say some conflict, but it's not. Yeah, well, I mean, where do you put it on the scale of things, Mr. Canavan?
Oh, yeah, okay. I would say that it's a limited conflict because it's the connectivity is maintained, and we've heard that surfaces are proposed to be improved, but the value of it, again, this hangs on the coattails, if you like, of BNE 34. And the current footpath through the amenity is enjoyed, the landscape, the views, those will be lost. And so it becomes a functioning connection footpath as opposed to a recreational facility.
Well, I mean, the inspector can judge that by reference to the plans, whether it would I'm not going to debate the visual amenity with you. That's a matter for Mr. Etchells and Mr. Allen.
Yes,
the inspector will form a view. But when we see the word amenity in the policy, it's not simply talking about visual amenity, is it?
No, I don't think it is. I think you're right. No. I think fine.
I mean, previously, I think when Mr. Allen was being cross-examined, I may have misunderstood the question, but there was a sort of hint that connectivity is somehow different from amenity, but actually the ease of use of a path is part part of its amenity, isn't it?
It is, but as I say, and that's where I would say that there is this limited conflict, because it's the appreciation of the situation of that footpath and the reason for walking along it, which at the moment is to enjoy landscape. We're certainly not debating that, sorry, but no, I'd agree. I agree that amenity covers more than just views.
All right, okay, that's fine, thank you. It is right, isn't it, that the council is actively seeking to improve pedestrian and cycle paths in the vicinity of the appeal site?
Short answer is I don't know. Sorry.
Okay, have you seen Mr. Hume's rebuttal?
Yes.
If we just turn that up briefly.
Sorry, let me. That was one of the few things I had printed out. I've just lost it.
That's all right.
Oh, it's over there. That's right.
Got to find it myself now. If you go to Appendix 3 of that.
A letter from Red Row.
Appendix 3 should be a letter. I'm hoping Appendix 3 is a letter from Medway.
No, I've got. No.
Are you in Mr. Hume's rebuttal?
CD 11.1. No, that's the appendices to something else. Sorry.
It's all right. No. We've been doing very well with documents so far, Mr. We had to come unstuck somewhere.
I'll tell you why it was. No, I will. Let me find it. What's the reference number, please?
Oh, I confess I don't know what Mr.
I just thought I'd share the challenge. Sorry.
No. This is, you see, I've been trying to hide the fact that I don't know which core document number. It's my own witness's rebuttal.
7.9 on the website. It's 7.9.
Thank you very much, Mr. Neil. That's very helpful.
Oh, Appendix 3, yes, letter. Okay, let me just scroll down to that button electronically.
It's very near the back of the
active travel route, landowner engagement and consultation.
That one there, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. You may not have read this. I'm sure you'll have registered that it's there, but it's a letter talking about trying to improve links between Star Lane, the country park, asking for the Atwoods to engage in that process. I mean, that was the basis on which the question was put. The council is actually actively seeking to improve pedestrian and cycle paths in the vicinity of the appeal site. And that's something that the appeals proposal generally, not just in relation to the footpaths, but the other roads, the new paths that will be created, it would facilitate that at no expense to the public purse, wouldn't it?
Yes, and I think that's a benefit that I accept. And yes, I apologise. When you asked me about a strategy, I thought straight away of some sort of written document. So no, I can see that there, and I accept that yes is a benefit of the scheme.
Okay. So in terms of benefits, you very kindly indicated in your proof and your oral evidence, as far as the contribution to meeting housing needs is concerned, that's a matter to which substantial weight should be given.
Yes.
And can I take it that includes the fact that the scheme would provide a policy compliant 25% affordable housing?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And I mean, I need to come on in a moment and ask you about what you've said about recent permissions in Medway. But as I read your proof, I don't understand what you say about the efforts the council is making as in any way undercutting or undermining the substantial weight that should be given to the.
No, it's not. That's a point about how to assess the overall balance and the policies that are applied. It's not about
so it doesn't limit the weight, but I mean, do you say it's a point that goes on the other side of the scales then? Is that
so? Sorry, explain.
Well, you've obviously put it in your proof for a reason. You think it fits somewhere in the exercise the inspector's got to carry out. we've just agreed it doesn't reduce the weight, the substantial weight to be given to the benefit of providing 800 houses. I'm just trying to understand where you say it does fit within the balancing exercise.
I do apologise. Yes, it is. It is the other side of the scale, and about the appropriate weight to be given to the plan and the efforts that are being made to meet the needs in other places.
Okay. Well, yeah. Let's just think about that if we can, then, please. And we start with your paragraph 6.27. which sets out a list of permissions that range from 2017 up to, I think, August 2020. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
And with those dates in mind, would it be fair then to conclude that all of those, to the extent that they could be counted as part of 5-year housing land supply, they would have been included in the 2020 AMR figure?
Yes, they are.
And so they are there in the 5-year housing land supply of 3.23 years.
Yes.
Yeah. So that I mean, jolly well done for the council for granting them, but you've only got to a position of 3.23 years, which is a significant shortfall. Yes,
it is, and the reason they're there is to demonstrate that the council isn't applying BNE 25, for example, as a constraint to development everywhere in the district. They're making judgments. That's the
and I appreciate. I mean, there may be other permissions that have been granted. I don't know, but I totted up the list in your 6.27. and I got to just under 2,800 dwellings since 2017.
Oh, well, clearly that's not everything, but yes.
Yeah. Well, in order for this to be a useful exercise, the inspector would need to know, wouldn't he, how it compares with the annual requirement.
But that's a 5-year land supply exercise. The purpose of this list is about identifying that the council is giving consent on unallocated sites. But okay, and that's where you can go and look at the AMR, and to shortcut all of that, you can just say it was 3.26 years, it's now 3.64.
Yeah, but unless the council is granting permission on enough unallocated sites, the fact that it's granting permission on some, it doesn't actually get you very far, does it? Because each year that it doesn't grant enough, the backlog grows.
It demonstrates that that judgment can be applied and the policies aren't. But I accept that it doesn't meet enough. But that's where the plan making exercise comes in to fill that gap. And the backlog or under delivery is now dealt with through the local housing need figure. And so that's a slightly different exercise as well.
Yeah. Okay. And 6.28, you list a number of permissions since April 2020. Yes.
Yes.
And am I right in thinking that those will now have been included in the very latest annual monitoring report?
They should have been. I must confess I haven't gone through and checked every single one line by line, but they should be.
They ought to have been, and therefore. Yes, they have been granted. Yes, that's slightly improved the position in terms of 5-year housing land supply, but the council's still got a long way to go before it's got 5 years.
It has.
Yeah. All right. Okay. The emerging plan, I said I'd come back to who and where that fits with everything. You've accepted that the plan itself or its policies carry no weight. Yes.
In determining this application, yes.
But you tell us that it's still a material consideration of some weight that the council has a vision for the future development of the area. Yeah.
In terms of the actions it's taking to meet the challenge, yes.
Yeah. OK. I just want to explore that with you, taking it through in sort of stages. Firstly, at the Regulation 18 stage.
Yes.
Which in the old days I think we called issues and options, but. There were 4 development scenarios there. Yes.
Yes.
And those were, to use the language of sustainability appraisal, those were reasonable alternatives that were put out there, weren't they?
For consultation purposes, yes.
Yes. Now, I mean, we know, and I'm sure the inspector's very familiar with the fact that you can have, I mean, the whole point about SEA and indeed the iterative process is that you refine things. Certain options fall by the wayside as they go. And the reason why other things are preferred might be because those other things are better in one respect than another. But the point about reasonable alternatives is that you don't even make it to that stage if there's a knockout reason against a possibility. That's right, isn't it?
Only insofar as there are physical constraints, yes. I mean, you can consider anything. Your exercise, particularly when you're looking at your land availability assessment, which fed into these spatial options, is supposed to be policy blind. So if you're considering a site and its suitability, the first action is to remove policy entirely, and then after that consider whether policy implication would be such that that then falls by the wayside, or you balance up whether one site is better than another. So and also I would layer on top of that we were looking at or the council was looking at a higher housing need in 2018, so it needed to push the boundaries a little bit further. So putting all that together and thinking about the spatial strategy that's then applied on top of those considerations, that leads you to then the reasonable alternative. So I would agree that if there's a clear physical constraint, flood zone 3, for example, or that it's heavily contaminated land or something like that that is just not developable, it wouldn't be considered, it wouldn't be a reasonable alternative. But where policy implications are considered, there's a potential, and case in point, these two sites which have been identified as unsuitable are still included, still there as a reasonable alternative if they could be made acceptable.
What if, for example, something was in the green belt or in an AONB? I mean, that would be a pretty good reason for screening it out at the reasonable alternative stage, wouldn't it?
Certainly not. Well, no, because if you've got green belt, then you can identify some exceptional circumstances for plan making. You could redraw your green belt boundaries, and the same very special circumstances for AONB. If you're, it's about making that argument. So no.
Sure. Okay, but I mean, you referred to the fact that part of this exercise was looking at how you might accommodate higher housing numbers. Yes.
Yes.
Now, taking that point, it's a perfectly fair point. If we can look at the options, the numbers do go up. But in order to meet that need, the council will presumably have been looking at a range of sites on which it might do that. Yes.
Yes.
And that will have included sites across the whole of the 16 alleys.
Indeed.
And one of the things the inspector can note is that against that exercise, for the three options that involved higher numbers, the appeal site of all the various bits of land that the council might choose to release, whether it's in an alley or whether it's anywhere else, the appeal site was that one of those that made it into those three options.
Yes, considering all the things I've talked about and how it is, it's identified as unsuitable, and yet it's still there for the purposes of consultation. But yes, as I set out in my paragraph 635, it was for a higher need, which isn't there now.
But that process itself will have included a degree of comparison with other areas, alley or elsewhere, SLAs, whatever there may have been looked at, as to, if you've got to meet the higher need, where are you going to do it? The process of arriving at a world where 3 out of 4 options identify the appeal site will have excluded other sites on a comparative basis, won't it?
Well, yes, but how many sites given the options in Medway, I'm not sure. But I think it's an exercise, as I've said before, that pushes the boundaries and is for the purpose of consultation at Reg 18. So there's still a long way to travel before you get to your final conclusion, and there's a lot of balancing and rebalancing before you get there.
Yeah, well, one of the things that a plan process seeks to do is to arrive at the best overall option, but that doesn't mean that things that are discarded along the way wouldn't be acceptable. Yes.
That's true, and it's a sustainable option, not necessarily the best, as the new MPPF will tell us. But yes, I agree with you.
All right. Who, if we can just come back to that, I think it's pretty clear from the answers you gave me earlier about the sort of scale of development that's there. I mean, we're not simply looking, are we, at development of a few sites on the Hoo Peninsula. What the council's looking at is a new settlement, in essence, yes?
Yes, it's not described as a new settlement, but it's a scale that would be commensurate with that. 10,000 houses overall. Yeah. Yes,
and that's something which the council, as I understand it, wishes to see brought forward through the development plan.
That's its first aim. Yes.
Yes, and so on that basis, certainly as the council currently views it, unless and until it's promoted it through the local plan, that's, you know, it relies on promotion through the local plan at the moment.
I think probably what it relies more heavily on is the HIF funding timetable, which requires delivery by 2025. But the local plan ought to be in line with that too. Yes,
and just to put that in context, if we were to go back to the 2003 local plan, if we could pick up 10.2, I mean, it's right, isn't it, that the idea of significant development on the Hoo Peninsula goes right back to the 2003 plan, doesn't it? It's sort of, I mean, pre-plan doesn't make provision for it, but if we look at paragraph 5.2.18 of the local plan
on the Hoo Peninsula, the release of land from the defence estate, etc. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's already indicating that this is where the council is looking to go next. Yeah,
it knows that there's the opportunity there. Yes.
Yeah, and in fact, the council's we talked about 2007 and 2013. Both of those were strategies that had significant development on the Hoo Peninsula at their heart, weren't they?
Yes.
And indeed, it was precisely because that was the council's preferred option, and because of the failure to properly consider alternatives, that in 2013 the inspector concluded that particular course strategy was unsound. Yes,
it was. Yes, it was related to the impact on nightingales and the triple SI or Ramsar.
Yes. And if we might just give that a reference. If we turn up Mr. Hume's appendices to his main proof,
which I had in my hand earlier on.
Not his rebuttal one. Oh, yes, okay. But
incorrectly had in my hand earlier on.
And this time it's his appendix 5, which is the letter written by the local plan examiner in relation to the plan.
Yes.
If you look at paragraph, sorry, I'm just finding it myself now. There we go. We'll go to paragraph 7.1, 7.4 of that. Not convinced, 7.1, not convinced there are no reasonable alternatives to the proposed development at Lodge Hill. 7.4, shortcomings rating to objectively assess needs with the main modifications required so significant to amount to the plan being rewritten. But you know, one of the things the inspector was concerned about was the way in which the council had effectively not looked at alternatives. We go 5.3. Sorry, I should have gone there first of all. 5.3. The council's conviction that its aspirations can only be met through the promotion of a large-scale development in a single location means it's paid little attention to what are referred to as lesser options. Yes. Yep.
That's what it says. Yes.
And as you indicated a moment ago, that concern was particularly compounded in this case by the fact that a triple SI was notified in relation to the presence of nightingale on the peninsula. Yes. So if we just think about that, we've had a local plan in 2003 which talks about this development at the Hoo Peninsula. We've had 18 years since then. We've had 2 failed attempts to bring it forward on the basis, at least in the latter case, that the council had been focused too narrowly on that, hadn't looked at alternatives. I mean, 18 years to bring that forward is a long time, Mr. Canavan. Can we agree?
It is.
And as track records go, it's not one that fills or should fill us with any great hope that the council's going to be lucky third time round.
I think that you know, it has learnt from those challenges as well. And my example regarding the environmental impacts and the mitigation and the potential impacts on nightingales is the Strategic Environmental Management Scheme, the SEMS, which is an integral part of the HIF scheme. I referenced that at 641 of my proof. It's there to look at, if you're going to have development of this scale, a comprehensive environmental mitigation scheme is necessary, and the way to deliver that is identified. In terms of looking at alternatives, we've just been talking about how the alternatives are being better considered through this plan making exercise than the last. So I would say that the council has learnt on both fronts how to consider these alternatives better, and is still coming to the conclusion that WHO is a deliverable and acceptable place to put significant 10,000 houses worth of development.
But the, I mean, certainly in terms of the RSPB's concerns about the SSSI, the council is a long way from having resolved those, isn't it?
I think it's working. You know, I couldn't tell you directly. The inspector's gone. He's still there, sir.
He's coming back.
Apologies. My door opened and I needed to close it. So
sorry. What were we saying? The letter from the RSPB. Yes, I think that there's still a challenge there. The council is aware of that. They're working with the RSPB. They're one of the stakeholders. Clearly, they're a stakeholder in plan making, but they're a specific stakeholder in the STEMS and HIF process and development on WHO. So, the answer can be found there.
Well, I mean, at the moment, as far as the RSPB is concerned, as far as I'm aware, you haven't found the answer.
No.
And I mean, when we talk of SSSI, perhaps the clue's in the name, but this isn't just any population of nightingale, is it? This is the largest population in the UK. This is the most important national site for nightingales.
I don't know, but okay.
Right. Okay. You see, the reason I go through the past history, the reason I go through these problems is this, Mr. Canavan. You've said on the one hand, no weight to the emerging local plan, but nonetheless, the inspector should attach some weight to the fact that the council has an idea. But in a world where that idea depends upon the emerging local plan, and where you've recognised no weight can be attached to the local plan, I struggle to understand how the idea itself can have any significant weight.
Because it's not that the plan itself has no weight, it's the policies of the plan in determining the application, appeal, sorry. The weight to be given to the plan is the body of work that has been undertaken to engage with and find solutions to the challenges of A, housing need, and B, the delivery of houses to meet that need, including significant growth on WHO Peninsula, supported by HIF and the infrastructure that will deliver. That's the weight. It's some weight to the efforts that have been identified. It's not saying that it's a local plan that's in place. It's not saying that it's that this scheme is premature to that local plan. It's saying that the council has put effort and work into creating a local plan, and that should be recognised.
And if one wants to take this through, particularly picking up your point, the council wishes to see this plan led. Regulation 19 early next year, what's the earliest we're going to see adoption?
I would, it would be the end of next year, I would have thought.
That would be making pretty good progress, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And from there, you're going to need an application
for development on WHO.
Yeah.
Well, the development on WHO has already started the process. It's gone through SEA applications, but other outline applications will be required. Yes.
Yeah,
They
well,
can happen in tandem.
if you're looking at the sort of scale of development and the infrastructure, at least a significant part of that development is going to have to be held back until the infrastructure has been provided.
I don't know is the short answer, but I would imagine that some of it will, yes.
You see, I mean, what I'm concerned with in a world where we're looking at a 5-year housing land supply is realistically, when is who going to start making any meaningful indent in that in the next, is it going to do it in the next 5 years?
I don't know. I don't have the trajectory in front of me, but I would say that the local plan, the version that was going to be considered in September did not have who as the only element, and it has never been the only element that's been suggested. We just need to look back at the options and scenarios from Reg 18. So there will be smaller sites that will pick up some of that slack. So if you were just relying on who, then yes, I would agree there would be a challenge, but the council isn't just relying on who. It's given consent, as we've said lots of times, and those will continue to build out.
Yes, well, and if the inspector gives consent, this will be one of those that goes into the pot as well. But in terms of addressing the 5-year housing land supply issue, it's going to be some years, isn't it, before who even begins to do that?
I think, again, I don't know because I haven't looked at the trajectories, but what I would say is what I set out at 644 is that the consortium is working together, the list of developers there, and they know what constraints they have to overcome. They know that as you've pointed out, the potential to develop on who has been known about for some time. So putting together an application that considers the constraints shouldn't be a challenging exercise, and the phasing of that development could occur in the next 5 years. But I don't have anything more than that to put forward to you.
All right, Mr. Canavan, you've been extremely helpful and very patient with me. Thank you very much, sir. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Just a related question from me in respect of the who. I was going to ask that question, but in terms of the HIF, is it time restricted?
Yes.
No, it's okay. Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, March 2025. They were given the council was given a 1-year extension.
25. Okay. Obviously, I've heard what's been said about supply and delivery. Is it your view that it's possibly inevitable that at least some alleys will need to be lost, given the council's housing land supply and delivery position at the moment?
Not the whole of an alley. Certainly wouldn't accept that that's inevitable. I think that the council is already consenting developments in alleys where the balancing exercise identifies that it's acceptable. And I think that in undertaking that exercise, there is a high likelihood that further development in alleys will be required. But again, that exercise will be undertaken to understand which are the most appropriate places to do that, and how they can best be balanced across the plan.
Okay, so it's likely that some alleys will need to be released, as you.
I think yes. Some land within.
Okay. Just referring to your proof, and I think this is probably an error. Paragraph 6.11. You refer to the policy BNE 34. I think you refer to not harm rather than you put it does not harm rather than
only permits development.
Should be does not materially harm. I just wanted to double check.
Yes, yes,
that is an error.
It is. Yes.
I thought so. You do make reference to material harm later on. So I think everything else that I was going to ask has now been. Mr. Brown has dealt with everything else. Yes, I have no further questions to ask.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've got a hand up from Miss Alison Gollet.
Yes, good afternoon again. Well, I'm surprised that we've been having this preceding conversation with regard to land at East Hill in the light of Boris Johnson's pledge on the 6th of October that no homes would be built on open fields. And I also think that we should, as a society now, be looking at empty homes in Medway, in Kent, right across the UK, in fact, and all the current developments that have come to a halt. And I'm personally aware of 2 of these developments that have ground to a halt, which are quite close by to land at East Hill. So my question is Medway aware of the number of empty homes in its jurisdiction?
Well, Miss Golly, you're actually on the same side as Mr. Canavan, and normally you wouldn't put questions to him in that way. But on this occasion, I don't mind if he's able to answer that question. He might not be able to.
The issue of empty homes and bringing them back into use is considered by the council in its housing, by its housing team, so separate from planning, because bringing empty homes back into use is not acceptable. It's not allowed to be part of the 5-year land supply or the housing trajectory calculation, because in the eyes of the government, if you like, an empty house is already part of the stock. And could be used by somebody. So it's part of the strategy the council has, but it's separate from planning and therefore can't be considered in this debate.
Thank you very much for explaining that to me, because I think I'm speaking on behalf of a lot of people who are communicating on social media, for example, the Save Capstan Valley Facebook site. And that question comes up time and time again. And so it's been very, very helpful that you've been able to explain that this afternoon. Thank you very much indeed.
No problem.
Now.
Thank you, Mr. Lay. And thank you, Mr. Canavan. As I say, I've got no further questions. Mr. Neil, did you want to proceed to re-examine? You're going to have enough time. I'm conscious of time.
Yes, yes, sir. I only have
tired, I think.
So I only have one question, and it doesn't relate to anything Mr. Brown's asked, but it relates it just follows on really to the very reasonable question that you've asked, sir, which is regarding the fact that the council agrees that some parts of the alley may need to be lost to meet the council's housing requirement or to address the council's housing shortfall. And if I could just ask Mr. Canavan a follow-up question to that. So, Mr. Canavan, that is agreed, isn't it? That in the future it is inevitable that some parts of the alley in some places will need to be lost to meet housing need. You agree that?
It is, yes.
And can I just understand how or how that should be addressed by the inspector, and what weight the inspector can give to that fact? The only way one is it right, or would you agree that the only way that can become relevant is if you've actually assessed across all the alleys where the most appropriate location for development should go? Is that right?
Well, yes, I think that what we've done in lots of places, and a couple of times during my cross-examination and in other evidence, we've talked about assessing wider areas, whether it's a sequential test, whether it's a beauty parade. These sorts of things have been suggested, and the appropriate place to make that assessment is through plan making, and the place where you understand which developments, which sites have the least impact is in that comparison exercise. So where it is inevitable, it will have gone through, as I said when I answered the inspector's question, it will have gone through an assessment and a balance to understand, as Mr. Brown put it, which ones are best. I would say which ones are sustainable and meet the spatial strategy, but that's...
So just one final question about that. So how much weight really can be attached to that inevitability?
Well,
this decision.
Yeah, it's a matter of limited weight because it's a plan making point rather than an individual site consideration point, in my view.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions for Mr. Canavan.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Neal. In which case, I think it's a good time to adjourn for the day. Long day. Thank you very much.
It's long, sir, but we're bang on target, which is good.
It's fantastic. Done very well there. Thank you. We'll meet again tomorrow, where we have the appellant's planning witness, Mr. Hume. So we'll meet again at 9:30.
Thank you, sir. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Bye.